Что-то написал там на днях. Идет, да? Как напряженно, а? Как? Это как называется, телесвязь с президентом, да? Тут вопросы будут более спонтанные. Добрый день всем. Меня зовут Ryan Chilcote.
My name is Ryan Chilcote. Good afternoon, everyone. I have lived in Russia for a long time. I worked here as the reporter of the local CNN office. I also covered Russia for Bloomberg Television, financial and economic news, and this is what we're going to discuss today. I welcome all of you. This is a very important topic. If you don't have our agenda in front of you, this is about special economic zones. As part of this session, we're going to hear about the experience and strategy of development of special economic zones in Russia, not just in Moscow, but also from St. Petersburg, Vladimir, and Kaliningrad, and also from abroad. And we will listen to residents of those special economic zones. There'll be one more person joining us. I mean, residents of those special economic zones. What are the conditions for their successful development? Since Moscow representatives are the hosts here, there will be summing up as good hosts, and our rules of the game are simple. Please listen carefully to one another. Let's have a dialogue, and we will have some brief presentations first. Let me give the floor to our speaker who is joining us online, Mr. Hamrouni, CEO of the World Free Zones Organizations.
Oh, yes, there you are. Yes. Mr. Hamrouni, thank you. I can't hear you just yet. We'll work on that. Can anyone else hear him? Yeah? Mr. Hamrouni, perhaps if you turn on the microphone. That's okay. Hey, so where in the world are you, sir? Are you in Dubai?
I'm based in Dubai. And, this is the headquarters of the global organization, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, real pleasure, because I understand your organization represents world free trade zones around the world. Something like more than 3 million companies, and that provide some 70 million jobs around the world. Very impressive. So, yeah, so what we wanted to ask you is, what are the, given your international experience, you're out there talking to people, gathering international experience, what is it that's necessary what knowledge can you share with people developing these special economic zones in Russia and the companies that are operating in them to achieve the kind of success that they're looking to have?
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you, Ryan, for this opportunity. As you just mentioned it, 3,000 free zones, 150 countries, 3 million companies, 70 million persons, the third of the global trade. So this is a very important sector. And we have somehow plenty of knowledge to share with you and to answer your question today. But perhaps the best one will be to share with you the result of one of our flagship projects. So I would like the organizer to share my slide, please.
Yes, there we go. We're seeing them now. We're seeing your slides now.
Is it there? Okay. So in 2017, we started a project called the Free Zone of the Future. We asked ourselves how a free zone will look like in 25 years from the point of view of the Free Zone Authority, but also from the point of view of the companies and the residents of the free zones. We developed the concept in 2018. We saw, first of all, that these free zones not only would like to contribute to the local development, but would like to go beyond and would like to contribute to the local prosperity. You know what is the difference between development, economic development, and prosperity. And the prosperity, the wealth you create through the economic development is shared with the local population. In 2019, we said we don't need 25 years to reach this free zone of the future. Let's make it in 3 to 5 years, and you will never ever progress if we don't measure. So we created an index, call it the Index of Prosperity, or Izdihar. Izdihar is an Arabic word that means prosperity. The Izdihar Index, how a free zone, how a special economic zones will become a free zone of the future in 3 to 5 years. And you see that it is divided in 4 big elements. One we call business excellence and economic contribution, plus 3 pillars, best class for quality, innovation, and sustainability. This is why sometime in our writing or in our literature, we name it also Free Zone 4. It is because it is 1 plus 3, 4. First, a condition sine qua non for the success of any special economic zone, any free zone, on yearly basis to improve BEAC. And BEAC is business excellence and economic contribution. Do whatever you want. Every year, BEAC should be better. Business excellence means a free zone, an economic zone, should mandatory year after year improve the business environment of the country. A free zone, an economic zone should be the best place to do business in the country. If in Malaysia we need 15 days to create a company, in Kuala Lumpur free zone, it has to be 3 to 4 days. Improving the environment of the business, improving the easy doing business. The second condition sine qua non within the business excellence, every year a special economic zone should be able to attract more investors, to create more jobs, and to increase its contribution to the local economy, to the local GDP. This is a condition sine qua non that should be improved year after year. On the top of it, a free zone of the future, a special economic zone of the future should be the best in class quality, innovation, and sustainability. Best in class, what we understand. It is supposed that the special economic zones is able to attract the best investors to the country. So it is a place where we have plenty of knowledge and plenty of technology. We should be able to collect and to share that knowledge and that technology with the society. We need to link the residents of free zones with the universities, with academia, with research and development. Safety and security. Special economic zones should lead by the example, safety and security and compliance within the city. Safety and security for people, for money, for good, and for intellectual property. Tech-ready in two senses. One sense, special economic zones at the end of the day is a small city. And whatever we reach in smartness, sensor, whatever smartness we reach within the city should be implemented first in the special economic zones. The second aspect of tech-ready, the entire business of special economic zones should be digitalized and online. As you mentioned, I'm based today in Dubai, and today the 9 free zones we have here, you can create a company through your mobile. And you can manage all the aspects of the day-to-day work of the company online. This is what we understand, Ryan, by best-in-class or quality. The second pillar is innovation. A resident, mainly the big companies within the free zones, would like to be linked to the young entrepreneur, would like to be contributing to the entrepreneurship. I give you an example. We launched 10 years ago one entity called Dubai Silicon Oasis as a free zone, and we created a fund with the multinational based within this free zone, a fund half money of the multinational and half money coming from the free zone authority. And with this, we created an incubation center. The following year, the 3 multinational have around them a cluster of 30 local young entrepreneurs to assure that all what they need as services, as material, and as a requirement as continuously provided. Creating a cluster around the residents of the free zones, a cluster of young entrepreneurs is another condition of the success. It is not just important to attract investors to the special economic zones, it's also important to link them to local entrepreneurs. And our statistics are showing that 70 to 75% of the companies within the free zone and the special economic zones are small and medium enterprises that needs a lot of support in their day-to-day work, in their human resource management. We need to create an environment of community within the special economic zones, and we should be innovative in the way we manage the special economic zones. Sustainability, we understand sustainability are 3 pillars. Residents within the special economic zones are completely aware that they have to play a main role in being friendly with the environment, in water, electricity saving and management. So we have here in the organization a certification called Green Zone, and it is a collaboration among the Free Zone Authority, the Special Economic Zones Authority, and the resident within the zones. Special economic zones should lead by the example, being the best place to work. It is job of quality, quality of job, not only for the Free Zone Authority, but all the residents. An investor is happy as the worker has enjoying a job of quality and quality of the job. And we said it 3-4 years ago, we don't need to have such kind of pandemic crisis to have a corporate social responsibility program to run in here and there to collect money on yearly basis. A special economic zone should have its corporate social responsibility, linking the zones, linking the special economic zones with the city social objective. This is what we have seen in this organization as trends for the future, as what the special economic zones, the free zone residents are looking. And as you see in the title of my slide, we implemented an index that we piloted in 2019 and 2020, and starting September, next September, in 2 months, we will start calling the free zones to adhere to that index in order to improve their performance and to contribute more to the local prosperity, to the city prosperity. This is very briefly, Ryan, how we conceive the trends in the future and how we are planning from this organization to measure this contribution to the city and vice versa.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Khamrouni, and I certainly won't forget what you said about being able to form a company in those 9 special economic zones in Dubai with a mobile phone. I wonder, that's pretty interesting. And I want to also, in our discussion, which we're going to begin in about 15 minutes, return to the conversation about sustainability. It's a very popular subject right now, big buzzword. So we're going to get into that discussion a little bit later. If you can stick around, that would be fantastic. If you have to go, we understand. Oh, fantastic. We have 6 speeches now, or 6 opening remarks that'll take, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll jump into the conversation. So thank you very much for that. And I would remind наши зрители, что вы можете задать вопрос.
Let me remind you, our viewers, that you can ask your questions to the discussion participants. If you have any questions, keep sending them. I will be receiving them on my tablet here, and because we want a good discussion. My next question is to Ms. Ronzalova from St. Petersburg. You are in charge of the special economic zone in St. Petersburg. It's been working for 15 years in its 2 locations. Tell us about your achievements and plans for the future. If I only have 2 minutes, let me... don't tell us about all your achievements. Let me express the opinion of my colleagues who are not present here, but in Russia there are many special economic zones. It's not just Moscow, St. Petersburg or Central Russia. It's around 30 sites, and today I can say that special economic zones of the Russian Federation deserved this right to say that they are efficient. This is one of the most efficient ways to attract investments and to create these points of attractiveness to implement complicated, high-tech, science-intensive projects that require a lot of investments, but reducing the time for their implementation. St. Petersburg Special Economic Zone has proven its efficiency in the last 15 years. We're talking about 58 science-intensive companies. We are an innovative company. We have certain limitations. We only work with high-tech companies. What it means for the region, it's 5,000 jobs. In euro, it's more than 1 billion euro of investments, and we already got payback from all those investments of the region and the Russian Federation into infrastructure. Now people are able to work and live next to their jobs because the St. Petersburg Free Economic Zone is within the city limits, and these are 2 sites, 180 hectares, and we are also inviting new investors. We want new sites within the limits of St. Petersburg. That's briefly in 2 minutes, and you wanted us to leave the rest for the dessert. And now about the pandemic, how we responded to the global challenges. We will discuss that later. Thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you, Tamara. Now over to you, Oleg. You represent the region of Vladimir and their special economic zone. Sometimes we use this term, provincial towns or regions. What about special economic zones in the Russian provincial areas? I also have 2 minutes, right? Please turn on my presentation. We're probably the youngest free economic zone in the Russian Federation. We got our status in December. We started operating in February, and we started by a small provocation. That was a really special economic zone, because on top of what Tamara said about preferences and benefits for the economy and the investments into the region, our Dobrograd 1 special economic zone is part of a larger project entitled the city of Dobrograd. It's the first Russian city built using private investments, and our special economic zone will be the foundation of a small city of the future.
It's a small city, it's not a big conglomerate as St. Petersburg or Moscow, and we calculate our capacity and we think it's around 5,000 citizens, and I will speak about it a little bit later. And when we spoke about the special economic zone, we wanted to make sure that people do not have to choose between the quality of life and the quality of work. And that's why we tried to merge all that during the construction of our town. Yes, indeed, it's also an ecosystem. We follow in the modern trends. It's an ecosystem of Dobrograd with the focus of comfortable life of people, and we try to add to that comfortable life maximum comfort in work, in medicine, in medical services, in education, in personal development, in environment, and everything what is related to the life of people. So the whole group is actually dealing with businesses which are closely related with people's lives, such as goods for sleep during the rest of people, then also the goods for leisure. And when we speak about economic zone, this is the area where our people can work, and we are trying to go from the very beginning to the end, and we are trying to take all the values and implement them. Okay, what in our zone we are trying to do? We have 4 classical marketing ideas. Place product is there, but as we speak about the town, and the town is a community of people sharing common values, that's why we're trying to have similar values to bring in. Together with the participants, we're trying to ensure that we have a wide range of different businesses to make sure that the citizens are able to have their options for self-realization, for improvement of their life. And what I wanted to tell, I wanted to say that we are trying to have the work style of new time, and we try to do that in Dobrograd. I apologize for taking a little bit more time. Okay, Anatoly, Moscow Innovation Cluster. We are finally here after St. Petersburg and Vladimir region. We are here in Moscow. Could you speak about your achievements? In particular, I am interested in your contribution to the economy of the city, and which areas are in the focus of your performance. If you don't mind, I would like to start with my presentation, and I will explain using my slides. I would like to remind you, although we have 6 minutes for you, try to stick to 2 minutes actually. Okay, I will try. When we speak about the Moscow Innovation Cluster, it's a unique project, and it's a unique project because we tried to create a digital cluster. Why? Because Moscow has all the necessary elements for innovative system. We have hundreds of higher education institutions. We have public and private companies, but sometimes their cooperation links are distorted. And our idea was to create the digital infrastructure, to create tools and products, to make sure that we have the infrastructure which would contribute to such cooperation, which will increase the revenue of the companies who participate there. And we have i.Moscow. This is the digital platform where we have a lot of digital services. This is a kind of a portal for our business. We help to interact, and we are also having some tools, for example, subsidies or grants, everything what is related to training, purchases of equipment, and so on and so forth. The whole list of measures, actually, we speak about the financial assistance, but we are trying to have the resource and to use it specifically according to the target, and we help the investment companies in such a way, for example, we help them to create business plan, marketing plan. We are a kind of a bridge to make sure that they are able to upscale their businesses. We help them to stimulate the demand, and we are also stimulating not only the demand, but also the financial institutions to participate in that. And with that, we stimulate the growth of investments. We have specific KPIs, we have specific results and outcomes of our performance. It's creation of new innovative companies, increase of revenue of those companies, increase of investments, and so on and so forth. But we also have one more project, which is a little bit closer to the topic of our today's discussion. It's the Innovative Technologic Center of the Moscow State University, and that's the first building of Lomonosov University. We have started already to construct it. You can see it on my slides in the presentation. There was the specific law which regulates the construction of similar premises. It was initiated by the Moscow State University. You all are very well aware about that. It's very close to the main building of MSU. You all know about those figures. We are going to create 9 different premises, and the first building is called Lomonosov. And currently, we are trying to attract residents there. We are developing all the necessary governing and regulatory documentation. As for applications, we already have some applications. Again, using the same platform, i.Moscow, we have already received more than 100 applications. And for us, it's important to cover all the needs and requirements of the companies until it's not too late, to make sure that the building which is being constructed would satisfy and meet the demands of the future potential residents. We need to understand that we have some core part and also some auxiliary part, laboratories, co-working areas, and so on and so forth. And what we think is important there, we think we need to have R&D companies there. We need to have at least some scientific component which is located in that specific dedicated place. 60,000 meters is the average area. We are actively collecting applications. We are going to have the center to be open in September next year. That's why I would urge the companies to apply as soon as possible, and we will have the tax, for example, benefits. I'm speaking about different types of taxes: income tax, customs duties, property tax. You can see it's all zero. And why we do that? To make sure that the innovative activity of the company will be stimulated. And we think that it's a good opportunity for companies who are doing research and development to work in close cooperation with the Moscow State University, and afterwards to commercialize the developments. I could go on, but I would like to stop here. Okay, now we're speaking about the commercial component of the specific economic zone. And as far as I understand, Alexander, you are having an IT company. Could you speak up about the benefits which you can see? Thank you very much. I would also like to see my presentation on the screen. Our company is indeed a resident of the special economic zone that's called Technopolis Moscow, and we are located in Moscow. I will just briefly explain what we are doing, and I will also mention the benefits about which you asked. We are the biggest producer of interactive equipment, where we have the multi-touch screens. All those devices are introduced. So we're speaking about different types of tools and equipment for industry, for children, video walls, and at Technopolis we have a R&D center, and we have the site which creates some of the products from scratch. Sometimes we work and make sure that they are in trend and that they are in compliance. We are currently working with multi-touch screens in Russia, and now we are ahead of our foreign colleagues and peers. And at our production site, we have clean rooms, and we also have the systems which allow to create innovative products. We also have a very high level of localization of those products. And when we locate in the special economic area, allows us to save when we speak about taxes, and that's why we use all those funds to ensure the growth of the company. So we invest everything what we earn, we invest it in our development. We have OEM solutions, and we hope that pandemic will pass, and we would update all our export plans, and we will also update information about transportation, for example, because we have a lot of solutions which are in line with the international standards, and I'm sure it will be interesting not only for Moscow but for other big cities. And during the discussion, maybe I will be able to mention about it in more details. Vasily, your company is also in Technopolis. Yes, Ryan, thank you very much for the opportunity. Could you start my presentation on the screen if it's possible? While we do not have the presentation of the screen, I will start speaking. Hirana company is indeed a leader in this area. I'm speaking about the production of medical devices. We have localized our production in 2020, and our company produces the equipment for artificial ventilation of lungs and narcosis, and not many people knew about such equipment before the pandemic. How we started to move and how we started to work in Technopolis. We had a commission, we had an agreement between Slovakia concerning localization, and we started to construct the production facilities at the territory of Technopolis. And in January 2020, we finally became the Russian producer, and the notorious pandemic struck. It ruined all our plans. We grew, and we planned to produce the equipment for 300 million, and now we are producing the equipment for 1 billion. And it's just due to the situation. It's not because we were very successful, it's just that we were lucky. And of course, we will have to downscale a little bit after the pandemic ends, but we are developing in the direction in which we expect to be successful. And our company also has the support from our Slovakian company, Hirana Slavatora, which supports us in the area of development of new technologies and in some other areas. That's why being present in Technopolis territory is important, because this is our image. We also save on the income tax. Ordinarily, we would pay 20%, and here I pay only 2%. And when my accounting department demonstrates the figures, I am, of course, very happy. So it's good support. So 2% and 20%, can you imagine the difference? And in addition to the pluses, I would also like to mention that at the territory of Technopolis, we also have our own free customs area, which allows us to save on the inbound VAT. And that's, again, 20%. That's why, on the one hand, we have some additional responsibility being in Technopolis, but on the other hand, it helps us as a startup in this area. And here Russia is still at the beginning of the pathway when we speak about the medical devices, and I think that the fact that we are in the territory of the Moscow Technopolis, we would allow us to become the leader at the market, and that we will have 20% of the total market share in these devices. Okay, Gennady. Now we have the General Director of Technopolis, Vladimir and Vasily. Did they say everything right? Yes, I think so. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ryan. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. From our discussion, and from the very beginning of our discussion, I might come to the conclusion, and only one conclusion, that we are all the participants of the global process of development and creation of free or specific economic zones. In this case, we can say that we may plan our work for the short-term and long-term periods. And also, at the same time, we need to have a good understanding from the point of view of business behavior, because everyone who spoke now claimed that we create good conditions for business. And I think that behavior of businesses should be very transparent and understandable. But as they started to work in a separate system with support, logistics, preferences, benefits, they were able to reach more ambitious goals than they had, and that's why I think that they should be committed to some responsibility. And also I would like to highlight that we need to have similar transparent relationships and feedback with your international colleagues, because when we speak about the end-to-end technology, it's very important to have it in those special economic zones. And I think if we also have access to information, and if colleagues will be able to generate their plans and forecast based on that information, then we will have fantastic results, because all the rules of conduct, the support of regions, legal initiatives, and so on and so forth are aimed at help to such businesses. And all those rules, legislation, and so on, they say only one thing: all the conditions for removing the barriers and reducing them will be ensured. And all the plans which we are going to have, I hope my slides will be on the screen. I need only one slide, actually. So we will ensure all that. That's why Technopolis, as a special economic zone, is currently having 6 sites. The 7th site is being developed at the moment, and we have understanding how we're going to develop it till 2025. And we are creating transparent future, which is clear for all participants. And what Dubai colleagues also mentioned, they wanted to make sure that everyone is comfortable, that business shares their economic indicators when they create some goods for consumers. And at the same time, we would like to be at the cutting edge of the technology. We would like to be innovative. And when we speak about this up-to-dateness, I think it's good. And I am often asked, do we recognize Technopolis Moscow? But brand is the collection of participants, and it provides the future only for those who are interested in that. And I heard about Dubai, and as far as I heard, it's around 1,900 free economic zones. And we also had information about Ascona company, which is also widely known. But I could speak about those companies and tell them that this is all Technopolis Moscow, because we have the same aims and goals, and we wish to implement them, and that's why we are moving in the same direction. I think that today our discussion should be structured in such a way to demonstrate that we have options, we search for partners, and we want to make sure that their contribution is as efficient as the opportunities which we provide. Thank you very much. And actually, you behaved very well. That means that we still have 20 minutes for discussion. That's why I ask our audience to ask questions, and I have already the question. It's a question about pandemic. We cannot avoid this topic these days. Let me phrase it like that. This pandemic, how did it impact your work, the work of your special economic zones? Tamara, probably you would like to say something. And if anyone would like to add something, please add.
For 15 years, our special economic zone has been accumulating the resources of unique innovative companies. Within 3 weeks, we organized the validation of the first Russian vaccine, and out of a dozen such companies in the Russian Federation, one company is already manufacturing this vaccine, Sputnik V, and another one is planning to do that by the end of the year. On top of that, more than a dozen companies brought to the market the other products to fight the COVID infection and its consequences. So we changed our mode of operations really fast and responded to that challenge. It means that this choice that was made by Special Economic Zone St. Petersburg by focusing on science-intensive companies allows us to quickly optimize our resources and respond to such global challenges as the pandemic and coronavirus. And the managing company began to work online. We conducted 3 expert councils and attracted additional residents worth 7.5 billion rubles. We changed our operations really fast. We digitized everything really fast, and almost everything is done online. This is how we changed our work due to the pandemic. It means that the previous experience that we had accumulated for the Russian Federation and in general Russian special economic zones are all quite young. We got first established in 2005. We did not have this experience of comprehensive management and development for such projects, but we were able to get integrated into the mode of special economic zones really fast. Yes, please. Let me just add. This global challenge that we got because of the pandemic and the COVID situation, first, it wasn't clear how we are to organize the process, because in a short amount of time we had to provide personal protection equipment. We had to cover some immediate needs and disinfectants. But the special economic zones did their best, almost impossible, to stick to all the target indicators. But there was this special situation when in one area there was this entire infrastructure and the business that was able to change all their plans and change many of their technologies. And in 2 months we were able to change our production lines. And it was only possible because opportunities had been created in advance. And what Tamara was talking about, when several companies are going to manufacture vaccine now. Here in Moscow, we also built a plant to produce vaccines up to 10 million doses with specific capacity, and we did it in 105 calendar days. It means that a special economic zone, with its combination of infrastructure and the support of authorities and the response of business, because it's already there. So business was really interested, and it was a combination of all interests that got together, and that's why we did it so quickly. I spoke about the digital platform, and we also switched fully to the digital formats as we interact with business, including the financial support measures, especially in the very beginning during the lockdown. We made it possible to fully digitize the entire process, from the application to how it's processed and confirmed, and right from their homes and chairs, businesses could get their support. For corporations and business, digitalization became particularly important due to remote work modes. They needed new solutions. We launched some special contests for around 10 industries, and together with all these corporations, we looked at some of the processes, which one we can automate, and which digital solutions we can implement, and we searched for and looked for technologies from abroad, and we became a bridge for the technology transfer. And we've had more than 100 such solutions over the year. We helped Russian corporations to use them. Let me also give you our example. The year of 2020 drastically changed plans of many businesses, including those that are residents of special economic zones. In 2 to 3 months, in our special economic zones, all these companies were together, and we were able to quickly develop special devices that would disinfect your hands and also identify your face and do some measurements. And we equipped 2,500 organizations with these special units, these devices. It was a new niche for us, but the developers and designers did a good job developing everything from scratch in a couple of months. At the same time, we launched this special online platform that allowed people to communicate remotely. And during the lockdown in Russia in 2020, we were able to survive it by completely changing our approach to many processes, and we got some experience, learned some lessons, and we hope that these products that have been developed so quickly will allow us to avoid lockdowns. There's one more question from the audience. Okay, the pandemic aside, what is the most important drastic problem that the special economic zones are facing? The investors. We need new investors. What has been created before, now we understand that the investors are different. We are talking about different amounts of investments that we get, and the original concept for free economic zones, special economic zones, was to develop the export potential of the Russian Federation, and this is what we should be using. Almost all special economic zones have what they call free customs areas to be able to export their products and use those preferences and benefits for customs duties for the components and parts that they import. So our main problem is getting new investors. We are looking forward to getting them, and we actively cooperate with Technopolis Moscow. We are exchanging information, and we are looking for new opportunities that we can use using the experience of our two most powerful sites to attract investors. And to follow up on what Tamara has said, we have to work more intensively as we train our labor resources, both from business side and from the managing companies. We talk about innovations, and all companies are saying to get not just the innovative product that can be turned into some kind of serial product. We also need people with competences and knowledge and practical results. When we talk about building technologies, we go along the entire chain from higher education institutions all the way to our tenants. And we remember the old times when, starting from their third year in college or university, future graduates had known how to, where they were going to work. In the beginning, Mr. Hamrouni spoke about sustainable development. Tell me, special economic zones, do they have a special role in terms of sustainability? These are not just empty words. Sustainability. You, as a journalist, perhaps shouldn't be using this language. Mr. Hamrouni wasn't just talking about not just 9 free economic zones, and we also send our reports to that association. We understand how many different expert opinions we get to assess our applications. When we talk about sustainable development, special economic zones use cluster approach to get this sustainability from setting the goals to the end products or getting the scientific solution or development. Everything is around sustainable development, or even when we get the application. We proceed from a very simple fact. Either you invest your own money, you calculated your risks, but at the same time, you are reducing the time that you need for your project. There's nothing more valuable than time. Even money is less precious. Time is the most valuable assessment of your efficiency. All right, we may be getting some investments, and from our founders or executive authorities, I have shown you what we plan to do in the next 10 years. And we can offer all sorts of improvements to our investors. And we need to have a pool of applications 2 years in advance to form a specific technology for a specific client. And we are not just talking about nice-looking buildings with good architecture, but also every technology has its own complicated inner cycle. Since we are talking about sustainable development, we want to know in advance the offers that would come to us with their technologies. Vasily and Vladimir, what are you missing or lacking? All right, I'm sitting here and I try to analyze what's been said. I am a resident of a technopolis. I generate that added value. I'm sort of the pride of that technopolis, and I produce medical devices, medical equipment. I'm looking for partners that will help us deal with spare parts. We have to import lots of components and spare parts from abroad. And the pandemic has shown this huge problem. Every country turned inward, and we could not get the flow sensors, and our president had to talk to the president of the US about that, and then we got those sensors. To me, this is a priority, looking for Russian suppliers of components and spare parts. This is what we call import substitution right. And I also here want to mention the activities of Ministry of Industry and Trade. And there's this instruction that says, if I develop spare parts that I will be using for my device, and it will turn out to be more expensive than the imported ones, they will compensate this difference in price from the imported analog. To me, as a manufacturer, I just want good partners who will help me replace components from abroad. But international competition is also good. There's one important point here. When we look at proposals from investors, we look at the localization of the technology that will be done in the special economic zones. Let me also add, to follow up on this sustainable development topic, we are running this special contest related to those subjects. There's this request. One big corporation uses lots of suppliers, and they want to reduce certain emissions. We are looking for those solutions, and if these contractors want to work with that big corporation, they have to implement those solutions, which is a contribution to sustainable development. Talking about the spare parts problem, originally we wanted to localize all those components that we have in our devices, and during the pandemic, when we had those options limited, we were able to replace them by Russian-made products. Again, we are investing 500 million rubles into the electronic components so that we wouldn't depend that much on foreign supplies, on import. Now the direction has changed, and the entire Technopolis and the Ministry of Industry and Trade and other institutions really help us developing. And the way we establish relations with foreign partners is different. And now we can even help some foreign partners to deal with their problems, offering our products. This communication between Russian residents of economic zones and their foreign partners has to be extended and improved. And we need to speak the language of business, not the language of politics. During the pandemic, the government helped a lot financially and economically. We provided all sorts of tax breaks and additional subsidies to the company's working capital. In the past, special economic zones were under the federal authorities. Later on, all special economic zones were subordinated to the regions. And now we have this unique combination. Our federal colleagues work on the regulations, and they offer us catalogs where to find specific products, but special support on the ground that the business needs today, every day. This is what is done on the regional level. The regions today are interested in getting 70% of their residents from the SME segment. And this is the combination that will give us the sustainable development. Tamara, you spoke first, and now I will give you the floor last. Together with Gennady, you want to have a forum on special economic zones. Well, we already mentioned those key problems. It's integrating our manufacturers into the global economy, and we need to exchange information primarily. We spoke about problems here. We all see them differently, and it's about time and investors and components and suppliers that would respond to economic challenges as fast as they can. But again, information exchange is the most important factor here, and forums like today are always important. We also need a separate forum about free economic zones. We want to set it up as soon as possible. We will put together some successful projects here in the Russian Federation. Those projects will get projects that need to increase awareness, and we will put together this international forum. We use hybrid formats and online formats, and to sum up, give yourselves a round of applause, and I think this was a very productive discussion. Thank you very much indeed.
Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well from the point of view of sound quality to make sure that I do not have any additional sounds? Good afternoon, my name is Anton Kalgaev. I'm a culturologist and a partner of Frontier Company, and today I'm going to be a moderator of this session, which is called Transformation and Demand of Authenticity, Historical Heritage as a Driver of Stardom. So we are always speaking about heritage and innovations, some legacy and some modern up-to-date needs and requirements. And it's a question all the time. But when we speak about the cities with their extensive heritage and history, historical, cultural values, we understand that in this case the challenges are even more difficult as compared to the other cities, because climate change, COVID pandemic even, again raises the question how to find the balance between the preservation of cultural heritage and the modern development. We do not have a recipe for that, but we have several successful practices which could be discussed and from which we can learn. And here we are to discuss all that. Let me introduce our speakers. Today we are going to have Ernesto Renata Tona Ramirez, Assistant Director General for Culture, UNESCO. Sergei Mirzayan, he is present here. Offline, we are also having the Chief Inspector of the Heritage of the Moscow city. We're also having Valentina Orioli, Vice Mayor for Urban Planning, Environment, Historical City, Municipality of Bologna. We also have Jean-Paul Carten remotely, as well, Senior Policy Officer, Cultural Heritage Agency, the Netherlands, Ministry of Education, Culture and Science. We have Anastasia Nadeva, Chief Architect, and she is representing Apex Project Bureau. And we also have Oksana Bondarenko, Director of Moscow Transport Museum. And I would like to start with the following question. I would like to ask Ernesto Renata Tona Ramirez if he is connected. I'm not sure. Can we see him?
Yes, I'm here.
Да, прекрасно. Вопрос на самом деле такой, что...
So the question is the following. As I have already mentioned during my introductory word, we have challenges, and the historical cities faces similar challenges as ordinary cities and towns, but they may be more significant when we speak about the cities with great historical legacy. And that's why currently we have a lot of questions related to sustainable development. For example, achievement of sustainable development goals, adaptation to the changing situation, for example, climate changes, and also the adaptation of a citizen. So my question is, What are the benefits, first of all, when we speak about historic cities, when we speak about sustainable development, and how are the initiatives of UNESCO is developing in that area? And I would like to remind that in 2019, UNESCO department published a report. It's a very important report concerning the development of the cultural heritage 2030. I would like to understand if they follow that guideline or not, and how everything works.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, it's my great pleasure to join you at the Moscow Urban Forum. The topic of today's discussion goes to the very heart of UNESCO's work in historic cities. How can we ensure the continued development and vibrancy of our historic cities while reiterating their authenticity and safeguarding their cultural heritage? As you know, we are living at a time of unprecedented human migration into cities. Today, more than half of humanity lives in urban areas, and the number is projected to rise to 70% by 2050. The pressure to meet the growing needs of urban residents has often led to rapid and inadequately planned development, often at the expense of urban heritage. The historic homes and public spaces that form the backdrop of community life and which embody a rich diversity of living heritage practices and activities are often the most at risk of loss or destruction. Yet the story is not all bleak. Historic cities are resilient, and we've seen it during the last 2 years. They are the product of centuries of commerce and cultural exchange. They are the birthplace for some of humanity's greatest ideas and innovation. Historic cities are often connected to their natural environment in a way that makes them more resilient to natural hazards. They only uniquely reflect the communities that inhabit them, their beliefs, world views, knowledge, and skills. This is why UNESCO believes that the choice between cultural heritage safeguarding and development is a false choice. Cities need culture to flourish and prosper. As you all know, 10 years ago, UNESCO adopted a groundbreaking recommendation on the historic urban landscape, the famous HUL. This recommendation proposes a new perspective on cities, in which social, economic development and heritage conservation are not conflicting interests, but allies to realize sustainable urban development. The recommendation expands the notion of urban conservation from the physical safeguarding of monuments and historical areas to a complex and inclusive process that allows cities to maintain and expand their sense of place and identity without impeding the delivery of essential services. The whole approach is shaped by inputs, expertise, and involvement from a large group of stakeholders, including local and national government, public and private sector, civil society, urban planners, conservationists, and of course the inhabitants of the city. UNESCO recently called on historic cities around the world to redouble their efforts to implement the principles of this recommendation. Historic cities today are the front line of many global challenges. The pandemic has revealed the importance of urban planning and management, as cities account for over 90% of the COVID-19 cases according to the UN data. Cities also have the responsibility to protect their residents' well-being. According to the UN, cities contribute as much as 70% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, although they occupy just 2% of the land areas. Culture and heritage should not be considered obstacles for city planning, but engines for sustainable urban future. Cultural heritage can enrich cities through many displays. Urban planning, which fully integrates cultural heritage, can also contribute to the 2030 agenda, as you mentioned, for sustainable development, by enabling preservation of the quality of the human environment and activities, productive and sustainable use of urban space, promotion of diversity and inclusion, and generation of decent and inclusive job opportunities, to name of. Cities have always had boundless capacity to innovate, reinvent, and bounce back from crisis again. UNESCO has developed the Culture 2030 indicators to measure the vital contribution of culture to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals including especially for Goal 11 on sustainable cities, which makes specific mention of the importance of safeguarding cultural and natural heritage. So, UNESCO is committed to supporting the sustainable development of all historic cities by drawing up the immense resource that is culture and heritage. And really, I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to join this timely discussion, and would like to thank once again the Moscow Urban Forum and the City of Moscow for putting a spotlight on the value of urban heritage. Thank you.
Да, большое спасибо, господин Рамирес.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez. And I think it's a funny paradox that cities trying to become more resilient, more sustainable, are working on different concepts like 15-minute city. Sweden provides for the 1-minute city to make sure that people are not moving to cover all the needs and requirements. And UNESCO is speaking about the cities of 2,000 years, and I think that this concept is even more resilient. With that, I would like to give the floor to Sergei Mirzayan with the following question. When we speak about Moscow, and Moscow stands out when we speak about European cities and maybe even global cities from the point of view of what was happening in Moscow. I'm speaking about the revolution, I'm speaking about different urban and constructing concepts. And recently we see that Moscow started to humanize city environment, and Moscow 10 or 20 years ago was totally different from what we have now. That's why I would like to understand what do you think about heritage and preservation of the cultural heritage? Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to start with my presentation then. I would like to start with some general words. And indeed, in Moscow, we have many legacy and heritage objects concentrated. And this is a competition advantage of Moscow, because it's a places of attraction on the one hand, and if we will appropriately adapt it to the modern usage, it can also be a driver for the development of the corresponding territory. And of course, we pay a lot of attention to that process, and it's necessary to keep the balance between the interests of preservation of the past, to preserve the subject of a particular historical memorial, but on the other hand, to adapt that cultural object for the modern needs. And today I will try to demonstrate different objects of cultural heritage, and I will try to explain, first of all, the demand for authenticity, which is the topic of our meeting today. And we have this demand for authenticity not only from the side of public authorities, but also from citizens who are very eager to preserve the cultural heritage and who are more and more involved in that process of preservation. And we receive some information, some alarms from our citizens who watch and monitor what is happening during the restoration processes. And their scale is quite big. It's around 100 to 110 different objects per year. But in general, if we will also cover other types of work, not only repair and construction, but some scientific work, some preparatory works, it's around 600-700, sometimes 1,000 of objects are being on this or that stage of works. That's why all that works cannot pass unnoticed. And during the previous years, we have already restored the different objects of historical heritage, and that's why it's very important when we perform such works to ensure that our restorators are responsible for bringing those objects into the modern life without changing their authenticity. And here I would like to demonstrate a small object which is located in the north district of Moscow. This is the cast iron pavilion of the tram stop. This is also a historic object. You can see how it looked like before the restoration. And those were the citizens, those who live in that district, paid their attention to this pavilion. They launched a dedicated Facebook group, and they started to discuss what could they do with this attraction of their district. They wanted this object to be included into the historical heritage and to make sure that it could be used as well. And citizens initiated the works on this object. We found out that this is the object which did not belong to anyone. Nobody was the owner of that object. And then we registered first this object as a real estate object. Then we had to register the rights or the title to this object. It seems that it's something minor, but without that we cannot proceed doing anything. So currently this object belongs to the city, and it also participated in the program 1 ruble per meter. It's a very well-known program, and this object participated at an auction, and the price raised fourfolds. Then it was purchased, and everything was done according to scientific research. I'm speaking about restoration. The wooden structures were restored. Then they found also the original elements based on which they recreated the missing elements. Afterwards, the works were accepted by the department, and that's why this object is now restored, and it's also performing its historical function. You can see that to the left and to the right, they used to have a small cafe and a small shop. And what was interesting, there was a period when we repaired tram rails, and the object stopped being a transit area. So this object was nearly bankrupt because nobody is there, no people. And the residents living nearby started a flash mob, buy a cup of coffee, take a photo on that cast iron pavilion, and that allowed to keep this running until the end of the reconstruction works for the tram rails, and before it started to be operational again. Here is one more example. Sergey, you are speaking about our infrastructure. Yes, I just wanted to say a few words to make sure that my colleagues would also have something to tell you. I'm speaking about the Northern River Terminal. It was not before we transferred this object to the authorities. When we started to work on that, the scope of works was great. The object had the restoration works. First of all, we needed to remove from the roof of the building all the debris which we had there. Then we restored the metal objects inside the building. And we also restored the historical function of the building, and we restored the ruby star on top of this building. And currently this is a very popular object, plus there is a park nearby, and currently this is one more point of attraction for Muscovites. They're happy to have such an object which was restored, and not only restored but can be used for its initial purpose and also for the purpose of recreation. Here is one more example. This is the Narcom Fin building, and this is an example when business can restore the building from a very poor condition. It took a long time to consolidate the title of ownership for this building. Afterwards, the private investor started the program to prepare first the design works and then the construction works. And I think that the owner had to follow not only our regulations but also according to his own desire to remove some of the old structures, and thus the area of his property was reduced, but he decided to return the image of the building to its historical heritage. They demolished the 5th story, and as you can see, they also restored the glazing of the building. There were also several other types of work to make sure that it again began to be a residential house, which was its historical function before. And what I wanted to mention, the apartments in this residential house were sold even before the works were finished. And that again confirms the demand for authenticity, because people are ready to live in such conditions and are ready to invest into those conditions. The other interesting example from the point of view of the works, well, I will wrap up soon, do not worry. This is also the object which was included in the program 1 ruble per meter. It was also restored from the very poor condition. It's a very difficult object of wooden architecture. Moscow may be proud because we have a lot of different objects of wooden architecture, and this is an example of Moscow before the Great Fire, and finally we started to use this object. And I would also like to tell you that we do not restore some separate elements, some separate buildings, but even squares, for example, they have new view and new quality of life. Here is the examples on the photographs. You can see here that the condition of those objects just 10 years ago was very poor, and now those squares look totally different, and they are involved in the real life. Have a look at Tverskaya Zastava Square. You can see there is a monument, and the monument was not there for a long period of time. It was located in Museon, that's another location in Moscow. Here is also the example of Serpuhovskaya Square, where we restored the building, which actually is the highlight of that place. That means that Moscow, every year, every decade, is developing, it's moving forward, and our ultimate goal is to preserve and multiply our cultural heritage, of which we are rich of. And it's our competitive advantage, and in case we work with that appropriately, it could be the driver of the further development.
Thank you very much, Sergey. That was really interesting. You proved the point that there is demand for authenticity in Moscow, and they wanted to destroy something, build a residential building, but it did not happen. And many spaces and sites get new functions. That's a good bridge to our next speaker. Let me give the floor to Valentina Orioli from the Bologna municipality. This municipality for 3 years has been coordinating the ROC project to transform how the public perceives the legacy sites, and new models have been developed working with the legacy. The main goal was to show that legacy sites can be powerful drivers of sustainable development. Now let me ask you, Valentina, tell us about the results of that project. Were you able to find a balance between the modern life and the historical heritage, and the actions that you did as part of that project, did they have some long-term permanent changes? Can you reproduce similar approaches in other cities and other contexts?
Good morning. Thank you for your kind invitation. I'll try to answer to your questions by giving you an overview about the project. First I share my screen, and I think you can see my presentation. Okay. So ROC project was Horizon 2020 project led by the municipality of Bologna, and it's like a kind of research in action project, in the sense that we made research together with the universities and our research centers, but we also made actions on the cities participating in the project. Everything began in 2017, and it had to finish in 2020, but of course there has been a pandemic, and so some experiences are always continuing also today, even if the project has stopped officially. This is the overview of the participants. You can see that they are many. There are cities and universities, but also companies, associations, and foundations. What was the main idea of the project? The idea is that cities can learn from each other. So, answering to your questions, yes, the actions of these projects can be replicated in other cities, because these actions started with an idea of replicating role model cities. In the project, we had 7 role model cities with important experiences in the field of cultural heritage and urban regeneration, and 3 replicator cities, among them the city of Bologna, which was also the project leader, and Skopje and Lisbon. What kind of actions did we make? Actions which took inspirations from the role model cities, and which led to small-scale experimentations, prototypes of urban services, events, performances, also urban transformations, but temporary urban transformation, which we think to improve and to make more and more fixed. But we are in this phase where we try to move from temporary to permanent, and this phase was impacted by the pandemic. So this is a longer experience, and it will realize completely in the next years, I think, at least concerning the city of Bologna. What about the actions? What about the challenges? The actions of the project were inspired to concepts like accessibility, sustainability, and collaboration for new productions. These were the three main scenarios, and all the actions are linked to these scenarios. Accessibility in the sense of creation of welcoming environments inside the historic city. So a broad concept of accessibility. Sustainability in the sense of improving the care of public spaces, their quality, and also their sustainability toward climate change, and the new environmental challenges. Collaboration for new productions in the sense that the program has had the aim of widening the offer of cultural production and of differentiating the publics which use the city areas. In the three replicator cities, the program worked in three different areas. In Bologna, for example, in the U area, which is the university area inside the historic center. It is an area with strong social conflicts due to the coexistence of different users. And it is in apparent urban decay, but at the same time, this is an area with a strong identity and a very rich cultural, material, and unmaterial heritage linked to the strong presence of university. The actions were inspired to the role model cities, so we made a sort of knowledge inventory to understand what kind of action we can imagine in a city area rich of heritage to improve the presence of heritage and to use heritage as a driver for changing the city. The knowledge inventory was also linked to the memories from the different communities that participated in the project. So we made a lot of participatory tables and processes to understand this collective memory and how it works in the city. At the same time, actions of the program were led in a co-design perspective together with local stakeholders, for example, together with cultural operators. In Bologna, one of the main operators was the municipal theater, but also with students because of the involvement of the universities, which had the occasion to experiment effectively projects in the city. In Bologna, you can see that we made workshops with the students and also project testing. We tested different solutions for different spaces in the U area. So we made a lot of experimentations also with cultural operators. So experimentations about events, performances, and so on. And also in some selected areas of the cities, we made experimentations with the students, experimentation of building something, building public space and changing its own qualities. We also developed through this program a series of digital tools and digital technologies that you can see in the slide. For example, for the monitoring of all the actions that we put in place. And so these tools can be, of course, used in other parts of the cities and in other cities too. For example, we applied the sensor to monitor and to evaluate our projects and their results in the city and in the public space involved, especially. So what we learned from all these complex experimentations. The municipalities certainly acquired new skills through the mutual exchange, which is very, very important, mutual exchange not only among cities, but also among different areas of the same municipality, which means that we do not agree silos thinking, but we want to develop another way of building knowledge. The municipalities learn to experiment before proceeding towards permanent and long-term solutions, and this concerns especially public spaces in Bologna. They learned how to establish new partnerships with cultural and educational structures. The universities experimented a transdisciplinary research, and also they had the occasion to empower the so-called third mission, so their mission toward the cities and societies, and the local stakeholders and citizens had the possibility to raise questions and to experiment alternative solutions in their own cities, so that they acted as collaborative agents. These results and these lessons learned are published in this book that you can see in these pictures. It is new, and it is a sort of big overview of the whole program. And we can, answering to your questions, we can state that ROC methodology is a flexible methodology, and we can experiment this methodology, these processes in other cities, in other structures, in other contexts, sorry. And this methodology offer a system of references to work with cultural heritage, material and unmaterial, on urban development processes in a very positive way and fruitful way. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Валентина. Это очень интересно.
Thank you, Valentina. This was really interesting presentation about this comprehensive solution to revitalization and reactivation of historical areas. It's not just a simple restoration of walls or specific assets, but working with the memories of those communities, and when you need to launch certain processes in any city, not necessarily historic ones. Let me pass the floor to Jean-Paul Horten. He is in a strange situation. He's ready to answer questions, but before he sent us his video instead of live presentation. We'll watch your video first. Let me remind you about the context. Jean-Paul represents this agency for the cultural heritage of the Netherlands, which focuses on adjusting the site's and architectural heritage to the current needs of the city. And they published this big book, Reuse, Redevelop and Design. It focuses on the Dutch deal with heritage. And we had this exhibition in Russia, in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, and even went to Kazan. There were some debates here around it. It was interesting to see firsthand how it all works and how historical heritage of the Netherlands is adjusted to the current needs of its citizens. Okay, you may have.
In this introductory speech, I want to elaborate on the topic of adaptive reuse and the way we deal with that in the Netherlands. The picture shown here gives an aerial view over the so-called Laaghaven quarter in the city of The Hague. It illustrates very well how the Netherlands currently is transforming from an industrial society to a post-industrial society. You can see how former industrial activity is pushed out and how factory buildings are being replaced by office buildings serving the needs of the current knowledge-based economy. It actually points out the key issue in conservation. Built structures have a longer lifespan than the societal needs they are initially constructed for. So, when the societal needs change, the structure either has to be replaced or to be reused. One strategy to deal with this dilemma is to demolish the old structure and replace them by new structures serving the current needs. The picture we see here shows the former coal mining plants in the southern province of our country. They were completely demolished after coal extraction in the Netherlands came to an end halfway the 1960s. Literally, nothing is left of these industrial plants except for a single mine shaft, as a lonely remembrance of a forgotten industrious past, a standalone monument rather lost in time and out of context. Another strategy in dealing with the same dilemma is to adapt the existing structures to the current needs. Here, the Philips electronics plants in the city of Eindhoven are shown. They grew to one of the dominant multinationals in our country during the interbellum period. When production was relocated by the end of the last century, the former Philips buildings were transformed to serve a new future perspective of the city. Today, the city of Eindhoven is a well-known international hub for creative industries, building on the tradition once started by Philips. I want to stress that the one strategy is not necessarily better or worse than the other. We should be careful here not to mix up means and goals. A reuse strategy should serve a societal goal. Having said so, I want to elaborate on this specific reuse strategy as we experience it in the Netherlands today. What then are the specific features of this Dutch practice in adaptive reuse? We can distinguish three main features: fashion, export, and polder. Let me elaborate on each of them. Redesign of old structures has become accepted to a point where it is becoming an architectural style and is appreciated as a fashion. This way, an architectural style emerged, which we may call intervention architecture, going back to Italian architects like Carlo Scarpa and Aldo Rossi. The new icon of Super Dutch architecture no longer is the new design structure by architects like Rem Koolhaas, but rather the intervention architecture, as for example Winnie Maas' design of the redeveloped Faculty of Architecture at Delft University of Technology that we see here. This Dutch intervention architecture is also appreciated abroad and exported to many countries around the world. One example is the former glass factory plant of Shenzhen, China, designed with the aid of Maurer United Architects. Or the redeveloped former German coal mining plant Zollverein in the city of Essen by the office of OMA. And here an example in St. Petersburg, which you may know well. The so-called New Holland Island is being transformed to meet current demands with the aid of West 8 urban design and landscape architecture based in Rotterdam. But maybe the most interesting feature of the Dutch reuse practice is not in design or reuse, but in the process of redevelopment, which is largely determined by the so-called polder model. This term, polder model, refers to the land reclamation tradition in our country dating back to the Middle Ages. In the efforts to protect or reclaim agricultural lands from the ever-hostile rivers and seas, and all interest groups, sometimes competing with each other, had to join forces and had to come to terms, otherwise they would jointly drown in the forces of the water. This way of negotiating between stakeholder groups, which sometimes even is said to be the base of Dutch democracy, we also see in the redevelopment practice. A good example is the so-called Nieuwe Stad, or New Town, in the city of Amersfoort, where private initiative merged with public and civic interests. When, around 2008, the former toothpaste factory called Prodent relocated its production facilities to France, one of the last industrial plants in the city of Amersfoort disappeared and left a huge empty space behind in close vicinity to the city center. The private developer that jumped in did not come up with a flashy and comprehensive blueprint for the future profit, but instead a step-by-step approach was chosen for the development of the new stad. Building upon civic needs that were explored by means of participatory meetings. And what came out was to accommodate public facilities. All were modeled around the central concept of connectivity. What the example of the new stad shows is how traditional roles get mixed up. Private parties take over public responsibilities and serve civil society. Civic parties act as developers and create services. Public parties no longer are the ones to implement, but rather focus on creating favorable conditions for private and civil parties to act. What we may conclude from this example is that key element for stardom is finding synergy between stakeholder groups. Dear participants to the Moscow Urban Forum, in this introductory speech, I want to elaborate on the topic of adaptive reuse and the way we deal with that in the Netherlands. The picture shown here gives an aerial view over the so-called Laaghaven quarter in the city of The Hague. It illustrates very well how the Netherlands currently is transforming from an industrial society.
Кажется, это по второму кругу пошло видео. Очень интересно.
Colleagues, I think it's a very interesting and mesmerizing video, but I think we have it running for the second time. So I would like to thank Jean-Paul Courtin for such a statement, such fundamental statement. And we know that Netherlands projects inspire us. It's a mixture of inspiration and sadness on the other hand, because you cannot yourself mix such rational approaches and such creativity, because due to such technology we have new spaces and areas for urban life. We do not have a lot of questions time. Unfortunately, Jean-Paul, thank you for participating. I unfortunately have to continue with the next speaker. I will pass the floor to Anastasia Nadeyeva, and we are going to speak about the adaptation of industrial architecture and to move from industrial to post-industrial society. You are a representative of an Apex Bureau, and currently you are playing an important role of the reconstruction of the hydroelectric power plant too. That's why I have a question: what is there now? How the process is going? Because we've been very impatient and we want to see what will happen finally and when. HPP2 plant is a unique plant, and you're right, everyone is impatiently waiting until this project would open, and now you can already see some of the results outside, and you can also see what will be finished soon. What were the challenges which we faced from the very beginning? The condition of the object was very, very poor because we had a lot of outbuildings and a lot of later layers, and we had to remove all that to open up its historical and cultural value. And what's also important when we work with the cultural heritage objects is to make sure that you also conduct the preparatory work. You perform the research about history and culture of the object to make sure that you will be able to use this information to move further in the right direction, because the most important thing in this object is the ideology of the object and its cultural value. So here is the information how it looks like at the beginning of the construction. You can also have a look at the embankment, because we are not only dealing with the object itself but also with the territory around the object, and the preparatory works which we performed were finalized, and now you can see such a picture. And it's not only about the object but also about the territory around the object, which is currently introduced into the urban area. It's not simply a building which was reconstructed and adapted for the new life, but it is integrated into the urban territory, and you can use not only the object but the territory around. So here you can see the descent to the water, which is also a part of the complex, and we are going to use it not only as the embankment, but also we're going to have a kind of life of the object itself. And of course, we also had to perform complex work to ensure that we will improve the embankment, and due to that complex works, we had such an environment in the result which attracts people, and which attracts people not only inside the building but outside the building as well. And you can see that we have life there, that people come there, enjoy the environment and relax, although the building is not open yet. Here are several photographs demonstrating the process, and here is the unique environment which was created next to the object. This is the birch grove. This is also a part of the territory of HPP2, and this is kind of a background for the object. The birch grove is on the roof of the parking, and as we're speaking about the roof, we see the surface which is not even, and that's why we have a kind of an imitation of nature, of wild forest with some endemic plants, the plants which you can meet only in the forest. That's why it will be very interesting to go through that grove, and you can even feel the smell of forest, as if you are not in the city center but somewhere in the countryside. You can feel the smell of plants, you can feel the smell of soil, and wild strawberries is even picked up there already now. This is the approach when you do not deal with the object of restoration, but when you deal with the whole environment, which encompasses the whole city, urban territory, including the park. And we also worked with the Patriarch Bridge, and that bridge was also reconstructed. Currently, we are working on the descents from the Patriarch Bridge to the territory of HPP2 object, and that helps us to use the object in a complex manner. We are not going to work inside the object, but we will work outside it to make sure that this is available for citizens and for art as well. Probably I would say a few more words about the projects on which we work in parallel with the HPP2. Our bureau works with many different objects of the cultural heritage, and here you can see several examples of our restoration projects. Here is the example of the building which was relocated. This is another example. It's a building of telegraph, but it won't be moved. No, it won't be moved. The telegraph won't be moved to another place. It won't be relocated. Do not worry. So what we are trying to do, we try to open the access to this object to make sure that the citizens and the guests of the city are able to enjoy such unique building in Moscow. Also on the examples you can see Badaevsky plant, St. Olga's Hospital, So what I'm trying to explain, when you work with the cultural heritage object, it's a very sensitive work because you always have a lot of emotions around those works. You have a number of different opinions, and you need to find some solutions. You need to combine the historical value with the new purpose of the object. Thank you very much, Anastasia. Indeed, that's a very interesting project. And I think that the whole Bureau should be very sensitive in your work with such cultural heritage objects. Because on the one hand, you work with the heritage, and on the other hand, you work with the very famous architects. So you have a mixture of some old and some new, and you need to marry them somehow. And you do not only push it into the future, but you also evaluate the future and imagine or maybe reimagine the future. And now I will like to give the floor to Oksana Bondarenko, who is the head of the Moscow Transportation Museum, and it will open in 2023 in the garage of trucks at Novoryazanskaya Street. And it's a very interesting object as well because it was built by two icons of architecture, Konstantin Melnikov and Vladimir Shukhov. They worked on the project together, and we have such spaces. Well, if Melnikov knew that he did not build garage, well, I think that he knew that it's not a garage. Well, I think he knew that it's not a museum. I mean, what if Melnikov knew that it's going to be a museum afterwards? Well, actually, my question is right about that. I wanted to know what is going on and how Melnikov impacts what you do there. Sergei, you are surrounded by your favorite museums, and without the Department of Cultural Heritage, of course, we won't be able to do anything, and Anastasia would confirm that. I'm speaking about the preservation of monuments and objects of cultural heritage, but we also have to adapt them, and without the department, we are never acting. So one museum will open very soon. We will open in 2023. Actually, I love the topic of this discussion, especially the second part of the topic. I like the topic, the second sentence in the topic, historical heritage as a driver of stardom. I think that's great. Do we have the slides? Yes, we have them on the screen. I would like to see it as well. Of course, if we speak about our object, about the future Museum of Moscow Transport, which will be in the second garage, if counting started from Bakhmetiev's garage creation, it's a garage created by Konstantin Melnikov and Vladimir Shukhov. First of all, we need to understand that transport is a driver for cities. That's why Transport Museum must be, according to its DNA, according to its mission, drive not only Basmanny district, which is not a very simple district from the point of view of attraction. We expect to have the success there. We are going to change the image of the district because Novoryazanskaya Street is right behind Kazansky railway station, and that's why that part of Basmanny district did not have a lot of cultural organizations. And of course, when we speak about the foundation of that great creation, that's why I started my speech with the phrase that if Melnikov knew that he created the museum, because we have that creative spirit already there in that space, in that area. And of course, it's very nice that the transportation history and transportation culture is still at the same territory where it was born. But first of all, I would like to show the garage itself because not many of you could see that. and not everyone knew that, because this was the premises which was used according to its purpose. And this is the building hidden by banners at the moment, and we wait till the finishing works are complete, and I'm sure none of you saw that building. So that was a garage built by Konstantin Melnikov and Vladimir Shukhov in 1929, in 1931. And Anastasia mentioned that historical and cultural expertise is the most important part of our work, because it also triggers the context and the context for the permanent exhibition as well. And from the bird's view, you can have a look at this, and it's a semisphere. And in that semisphere, you will see the permanent exhibition. And in the central part, you will see such multifunctional center, theater, cinema. Probably we will have some discussions during some further urban forums and so on and so forth. Historically, it's a very beautiful building, and during the time of lifespan of that territory, we would have a lot of different outbuildings, and of course we need to remove everything what should not be there to show you the beauty of bricks. Here you can see the metal structures created by Melnikov and Shukhov. Those are two great photographs. Here how this space looks like. In dark blue, you have unnecessary structures. We will have to remove them. And after we clear up, we will have a great territory for the landscape as well. And you can see that this is a triangular land plot, and you had somehow locate this semisphere there for the garage. It was for 225 cars. But Melnikov, being a genius, fulfilled that task, and in our case, inside the territory, we will have the high-tech exposition, and also we will see the objects themselves. It's more than 60 large-scale objects, and also in 2023 we will have the museum exhibition, which will be in line with the requirements to all international museums. But the core object of our collection is the building itself. You know that it was created by a great architect. This semisphere, this curve, and this rhythm, which you can see in each of the lines of this building, helps us to create the permanent exhibition. Its concept, design concept at the moment, because the idea of the permanent exposition, where we're going to have the vehicles, you need to have an image, first of all, especially when you work on the design concept. We're going to musify the street of Moscow of that times. And now we need to understand that this should be integrated smoothly into the space. And in our case, it's about restoration, and we are going to add lampstands, for example, and some other elements which were lost in the past. And I think it will be very interesting for Jean-Paul also. We pay a lot of time and attention to that so-called redesign using the soft integration technology, when we integrate space inside space without doing anything with historic walls. and such exhibition will be inside that curved building. I think my time is over, unfortunately, and I wanted also to demonstrate you my last picture. We are also creating the -1st level of this building to make sure that we will have all the history of the Moscow metro, Moscow Underground. And in this case, we will have the entrance here at the green area, and then we will have the entrance starting from the -1st level. So the visitor will start with the Moscow Underground area. So we work on this. That's the answer to your question, what's going on. Yes, Oksana, thank you very much for such great news. And only yesterday you had a great challenge in addition, because if you decided to have -1st level for the metro, then what could the Museum for Water Transport do? Well, we actually have already the site at that Northern River station. You know, we understand that 2023 is already tomorrow morning, but still it's some time. And when we speak about transportation museum, we understand that it should be in every vehicle, in every means of transport. That's why our first location was specifically in the North River station, and starting from the 1st of September we have some exhibitions. We change them all the time, and this year was dedicated, for example, to the environment and transport. Probably next year we may have the water transport. Thank you very much for such discussion. I think it's very good. We were able to discuss a lot of topics. For example, the Sustainable Development Goals. We managed to speak about the heritage as the driver for sustainable cities. I think the discussion was very interesting and hot, and I actually envy all the audience and everyone who listened to us. With that, I would like to thank all the speakers who participated in person and remotely, and wrap up this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, colleagues. I welcome all of you here in this studio, and also I welcome all of those who will be watching our live stream or recording. Our topic is as follows: control in everyone's hands, digital instruments guarding the urban environment. Now the situation is such that almost everyone can take part in the control or monitoring over the urban environment. Almost every one of us has a smartphone or some kind of device. We can take photos, send it to different portals, and the city officials have all sorts of digital applications to use digital data to make informed decisions, and they allow us to process information with better precision. And of course, controllers themselves also take part in controlling city environment using all sorts of digital devices. Many were listening to yesterday's presentation by Mayor Sobyanin, where he emphasized the importance of digital tools in the control over the urban environment. And today, during our session, we'll be dealing with a variety of issues: how residents, officials, inspectors can use digital tools, how it can impact control today and control over urban environment tomorrow. And we will try to deal with this complicated question of whether Moscow is the leader among cities in terms of control. Let me present our speakers. Minister from the government of Moscow, head of the Chief Control Department of the city of Moscow, Evgeny Danchenkov. Ksenia Sukhotna, Director General of Rosatom Infrastructural Solutions, also head of the Administrative and Technical Inspectorates of the City of Moscow, Alexander Larin, head of the State Inspectorate for the Control of the Use of the Real Estate Assets, Vladislav Avchinsky, CEO of Maxima Telecom, Boris Volpe, Deputy Head of the Institute of State and Municipal Governance, Andrei Kashanin, and my name is Fyodor Balandin. I'm a TV and radio host for Moscow 24 and radio station Moskva FM channels and radio. All right. This union of inspectorates, administrative and technical inspectorates, has this anthem which says, "Everything in Moscow is our business." How do digital technologies help your inspectors and controllers? This is rather a question to Alexander Larin. He was somehow involved in maybe writing that anthem. But on the serious note, such a big metropolis as Moscow, and we're definitely the largest city in the country, it cannot function without some sort of control mechanisms. When you control the urban environment and infrastructure, which has to be duly maintained, is one thing, because when you build something, it's one thing, but then you have to maintain it, and as our Moscow residents want it, it's not an easy task. And that's why in Moscow we have a system of what we call controllers or inspectors. They check the city environment every day. They do this hard work. They go into the fields, into our streets and communities, and they respond to some complaints from the Moscow residents that are unhappy about something. Let me give you some numbers. There are 7,000 kilometers of roads, 500,000 of monuments and small architectural forms, 700 parks, 400 streets and squares, and you have to monitor those huge spaces and study them. And what can you do about it? There's the old way. You can send controllers to every yard or precinct or area, or you can use modern technologies. You can do it differently. You can increase efficiency of control, making it comfortable both for the residents and the owners and the controllers themselves. When you use manual control, it's not an easy procedure. This person goes into the streets, spends an entire day walking or driving around the city. They collect data, then they return. They fill in some papers and certificates and documents, and only after that analysts make conclusions based on that data, whether there was a violation or not, whether you need to punish the violators, and whether they need to correct the problem, and when and how it can be done. Using the traditional methods, it takes too long, it makes no sense often, and it's expensive. That's why the digital technologies and services that we are implementing in our work, in the work of controllers, and that are already in use, they are of huge help. My colleagues will give you more details about the services and tools that they're using. Even today, we use video cameras and quadcopters and all sorts of RFID chips and tags that we use on school children playgrounds and small architectural forms, and that gives us many different tools of control. All right, now here's my question. On the 1st of July, Federal Law 248 came into force, and it talks about control. What does it say about digital tools and solutions? This law itself is our basic law in the area of control and supervision, and we as controllers have a totally different set of challenges. Control will have to be different now. It's based on prevention of violations. It's invisible control that shouldn't be in anyone's way, but has to be as efficient as possible. Without digital tools, without the use of digitalization, it will not work, because collecting information, processing information, analysis of the information, feedback, they're all much more efficient when you use digital tools. Most importantly, there's real result that you get using it. All right, Xenia, your company is dealing with governance, digitalization on the municipal and federal level. They all talk about digitalization today, how it is efficient and reliable. It's all great, but there's one problem that we're facing now. Yes, you can digitize your process, but the process itself may be bad or wrong or inconvenient, and you digitize chaos as the result. Can you give us your examples? How did you try to avoid it? How did you solve those questions? I'll be glad to share my experience with you, and perhaps it will be useful. It's quite simple. The entire world will be a very important and timely control tools. And then you can use your quadcopters, your latest tools and so on. But it will not work that will allow, if we don't have a system that will allow us to get those results to those who then take action. Okay, we can control is something that's in our hand, but then how we use this data, there are lots of problems there, lack of necessary skills and lack of interaction. Everyone is working in silos. What does Rosatom do? For many years we've been developing this Rosatom system based on lean principles of Toyota production systems that gave excellent results in terms of organizing our core activities and giving us the product that our country is proud of. And now these lean principles began to work for other areas, lean schools, lean hospitals, lean regions, and the same approach is used for cities. We have this project called a Lean Smart City. We analyze the city and we see how this information about a pothole or something else, some other problem, how it gets to the person who is responsible for dealing with it, and then most importantly later on how does the process of dealing with that problem work, and how does your feedback system work. A lot is based on reliable feedback from the residents, and that's a source of trust. That's something that unites the residents and the authority. And not every pothole can be fixed in winter, for example, and residents need to understand they were heard, they were appreciated, and the problem was dealt with. They use the same lean principles, which is later on used for coding algorithms, when you have this one button to delegate that authority, the mandate, and that is the source of the situation when anything that happens in the city is supported, because the process is well organized, it's based on a digital solution that gives you the result in terms of saving the budget and improving the trust towards authorities and improving all processes that we need for the successful development of the city. And then this is the foundation of our success. It's our opportunity not to waste extra funds. We can improve labor efficiency of municipal officials. Smaller and mid-sized towns in Russia, they face some difficulties, but now you get a chance to involve municipalities into those serious changes, and we're witnessing some good economic effects from the point of view of labor efficiency and resident feedback. You see that already today, right? We are measuring this situation carefully. Rosatom operates in 26 different towns and cities. We care about their safety and comfort. We want people to come to our company towns and stay there and work in the industry. You plan your processes first, and then you digitize them, and then you don't have to get back to the past. no matter who the official is or the clerk is, they will not be able to be inefficient. Vladislav, over to you. We may have some data from the past. They were measuring with tape or simple instruments, and then all of a sudden you have your copter, and it says, now this old past measurement is wrong, and there is this conflict between the information achieved in simple ways, and now there's more precise information, and this is how you get your problem. People didn't want to violate anything, but now the measurement is more accurate. All the violations take place when certain document is generated first because of lack of precision, but it's not the conflict. Originally, you have to set your process right. You can set your process right when you have clean data. There is no conflict when there is no legacy data, and this is exactly the situation we are facing. When we began to make the inventory of the city, we understood there's no old data. We need to come up with a new array of data that we will later have to digitize. Last night, we did not sleep, actually. We launched a new system that was really unique to us, and that's rather unusual for the entire city, for all control and monitoring authorities. This is a system that we launched. It's based on the automated task planner, and it allows us to assign a risk category to all assets in the city. Now we understand that all our assets have certain risk category attached to it. We started a database from scratch, and this database allows us to take managerial decisions whether there are any problems with the site or asset. In our control activities, we use a wide range of tools. 2 years ago, we couldn't imagine that we will not just be using quadcopters collecting that data, but we will be optimizing check algorithms. And now 78% of those buildings that were illegally built are identified using artificial intelligence. We use space imaging from our main data aggregators, and we understand that the asset is used in the wrong way, not as it was designed, and we always see where we might have risks. That's very important for us. Without this automation, without this set of tools, we would not be able to control the entire territory of the city. We're doing it now, and our results have improved manifold, which means that we're using the right set of tools, and we don't need to compare what was measured in the past with a tape measure with what is measured today with quadcopters. We just need to get clean data and interpret that right.
And continue the topic of high-tech. Dmitry, you are the head of the City Department of IT for Moscow, and we often hear that we have video surveillance, which makes our life safer. But could you explain in several words how such AI video surveillance help you to control the city? Thank you. Further, actually, we started with such surveillance system from the very beginning, and starting from 2011, we focused not only on surveillance and control, but also the safety project. So it's a smart and safe project, which we currently use in all the spheres of city control and management. It's about construction, it's about maintenance of the courtyards, it's even about the location of advertisements. And currently in our system, we have videos from around 4,000 video cameras, and currently we are are working widely on the analysis of data, and we work on the necessary level of control, because you can imagine 1.5 billion hours of video is recorded each year, and even the broadest range of inspectors would not be able to do that physically by themselves. But you do have not only to record that, but also to process this information, to analyze it. And that's why currently we are working on the automation of those processes. And we also don't want to analyze the dirty data, but we want to analyze the processes which happen in the city and which we need to understand. So we split them into separate units, and then we work on the algorithms of the video analysis, or in some cases, just a photograph is sufficient to identify something which we snap from the video. And such simple automation improves the efficiency of our surveillance and control. And that's why currently we do not only have in less situations when inspectors have to go somewhere physically in bad weather conditions, for example, but in general we have less people using such systems, and the scope of control is more and more efficient. We will return back to inspectors a little bit later today, but when we speak about such specific usage of technologies, your company has very interesting examples of usage of digital control. In your case, it was removal of snow. Yes, that's true. Further, we had a very interesting case, and it's interesting, first of all, because Moscow is obviously a smart megapolis when we speak about the utility management. And we have ambitious goals, and no one before us resolved those tasks. Our goal was to create the meteorological digital system to control the removal of snow. No one created such a system before us, and this system was created for the first time. And we did not digitalize what we already had, but we created the new model for management and control over this process. And you all remember that we had a snowy winter, and that means that we need to manage it somehow. What I'm talking about, it's about the control of removal of 15 million tons of snow per year. That's the average figure for the previous winter. That means we have dozens of snow melting points in different parts of the city. We have thousands of trucks, and we have many carriers. And this is a very interesting place, a very interesting system. And we have the whole system which digitally measures with the precision of 3% the volume of the removed snow. Naturally, it works 24/7. It works at all the points where we have it. And the snow melters are using this program. It uses the software which is developed here in Russia, and that software provides for the significant involvement of the AE tools. So we launched this system and we operate this system, and the system provides the stakeholders, the customer, the city, with the control over all the stages when the snow is accepted at the snow melting points. That means we have a single truth version for the city. We have the video recording when the truck entered and when the truck left the point. So we log it also, we store this information. That means that the city receives the single truth, including the measurement itself. And that system, which is operated, it's fully functional, of course, during the winter time, as you understand. This is as any other digital asset, allowed to create the new value. And you know that digital assets becoming smarter while they learn, and the value of such system increases, and the asset itself is becoming more valuable. And for the time during which we exploited that system, the system developed and improved, and we managed to optimize that administrative process. The business process was aligned, it was simpler, it became faster, and of course we still have the task resolved. So we measure the volumes of snow to be removed, and the system allowed us to increase the value which the system creates. In particular, we can see the map of the snow distribution in an online mode. We can see the distribution of the trucks on the streets, and we are able to optimize the flows of those trucks moving towards the snow melting points. And we can also use the predictive analytics, and depending on the weather forecast, we could calculate how many trucks will be needed, how much time it will take for the truck to come to the melting point. And also, this system allowed the city to start register drivers electronically, digitally. And I think that this is a good example of digital system which creates additional value that was created in Moscow for the first time, and we started to use that. And according to preliminary data, the precision of measurement of the snow volume allowed to save around 30% of volumes, actually, because if it was measured according to the standards, then the city would have to pay more. Well, 30% is a very serious figure. Andrei, you said a single version of truth. It seems that everything is good, everything is fine, but don't you think that such integrated control over all the parameters will slow the economy? Well, indeed, when we speak about the digital supervision, we understand it's a tool. And of course, we would be wrong if we would try to slow down the efficiency of control and the usage of IT, only because it's more and more efficient. But here we have 3 tools which can decrease the risks. First of all, we need to work with mandatory requirements, to have requirements in regulatory documents, in legislation. You know that we need to cut the obsolete requirements, to remove them from regulatory documents, the so-called regulatory guillotine, and we need to continue moving in that direction. Probably we should have the similar process on the regional level, not only in Moscow. It's clear why it did not start before. Beforehand, we need to align the regional legislation with the federal one. That's the first point. And the second point is that I'm also one of the developers of the law on the control and supervising activity. And when we worked on the draft of the law, we tried to create the ideal model of digital control, where our mandatory requirements are digitalized, where we collect digitally the data concerning the incurred harm, when the inspector does not have any paperwork, when they have a mobile device with them at the site, and everything is done electronically. And what is even better, that we had one more idea which was not implemented yet, but I hope we will implement it soon. We need to have the risk-oriented approach, not only due to the intervals between the inspections, but we need to differentiate the intervals depending on the risk level. For example, enterprises which have more than 50 people in staff, should have their health and security system, but we have different enterprises with different risks, with different labor conditions. So it's strange that we have similar, identical requirements to all different enterprises. And currently, we may differentiate them. We have such opportunity. Plus, we have the federal law, which doesn't take into account the specifics of regions, unfortunately, because on the one hand, we have Moscow, and on the other hand, we have some small towns. For example, shops cannot unload the trucks from the side of the courtyard. They should unload it only from the street side. But it's not always possible when we speak about regions. That means that we should somehow differentiate that. We need to shift and we need to transfer the part of power and rights to the regions. Okay, thank you very much. I think everyone could support our ideas and our discussion. Everyone would agree that the technology is good and that is efficient, but we also have the other side of the medal. I would like to speak about employees, about staff, about HR matters. For example, when we have the traffic police cameras and inspectors were fired, what should we do with people when they are replaced by technology? Well, it's not only about the employees of that particular division, but also it may apply to all the inspectors of all other institutions. But I don't think that there is the direct correlation that we had the video cameras installed and several employees were fired when we speak about traffic police. The point is that we do not see them on our streets, but that doesn't mean that they were fired, because camera could record something and it allowed the employee not standing on the street, irrespective of the weather, if it's cold, if it's hot. Camera replaced the inspector from the point of view of collection of the data, which it could perform. But we remember that we had inspectors with handheld devices, with mobile devices. We always had disagreements if the device was calibrated or not, if the measurement was assessed correctly or not, and so on and so forth. And here, when we have the registration based on the camera, based on technology, you cannot argue with that. You have this violation fixed. And that's also the point where the inspector, where the employee has to assess the data, to analyze it, and to come to some conclusions. Again, if we will have a look at the video surveillance, then we will be able to understand the number of traffic accidents, for example, and the density of traffic accidents on some particular places, and probably we could also assess what is happening with the traffic jams at some crossroads. Probably we need to set the work of our traffic lights, and probably we need to consider what to do. Probably we need to cover more, and when we cover more, I'm not speaking about only the territory and the number of objects, but also the frequency when we collect this data. One point is that our specialists may visit some object once per week or once per month and check what is the situation with the pavement, for example, or what's happening at the courtyard or at the playground. But if we have a camera, then we will also have information on a constant basis, because it's not people who are assessing their image. It's again artificial intelligence which analyzes the data. It does it on an hourly basis, and only if they identify some problems based on algorithms, then we will have a person who would come there physically. Beforehand, they would, of course, analyze what was prompted by AE, and afterwards, we will be able to continue working on that, and they will be working on the rectification of the situation. So this is a different kind of functionality. So technology does not replace a human being. I believe in that. They will allow us to stop doing something routine, but they will open the doors to go to the root level, root cause level, and to eliminate the problem. Alexander, when you say that functions change, it's clear, but still we have inspectors visiting sites physically, although they now have digital instruments, handheld devices. But it may also happen that the inspector is visiting a site, but he didn't notice something. It's okay if he was distracted, but what to do if the inspector decided not to notice something on purpose? How the digital technology can help to control a controller, to control an inspector? Well, I think we're speaking about the abuse. Why an inspector missed something? Probably he just didn't pay his attention to this or that problem. And if he preferred to close his eyes, then we need to work on the modern technical options. For example, we have the mobile laboratory which goes along the road and scan the road surface, and it identifies not only the wheel tracking but some other problems, and of course it might be missed by an inspector. And in this case, if we have such mobile laboratory, it won't depend on the inspector's opinion. We will use that irrespective of the attention of the inspector. And if we speak about corruption, today all the inspectors having mobile video recorders, and such video recorders is at the same time a GPS tracker, and that means that the inspector should switch on that video recorder. In this way we can see everything what is done by an inspector on the one hand, and also we have understanding where exactly he is at this or that moment of time, to check against the task which was performed. At the same time, they also have tablets or the handheld devices, and all the violations are recorded on the tablet, and using them, they enter this information into the unified information system, and that means all the stakeholders can notice such a violation and eliminate that. So in this way we are reducing the risk of the human factor, and we can control at any point of time if the activity of an inspector was justifiable and legal. If beforehand we spoke about inspectors, maybe we should have a look at the alignment between our agencies and institutions. If each agency has an IT solution, why would we need the authority to do that, to inspect that? What will be your functions then? You see, it is one of the key tasks and problems which we have ahead of us, how to link, how to coordinate. When we speak about managerial processes and technology of work, data, internal information structure, of each body and of each inspector, especially when we speak about different types of control. Of course, when we speak about matching the data on some specific level, we might have some difficulties. And what's important is to have some methodology. Methodology is important, and we need to stick to the data collection methodology. If the data collection methodology has been designed correctly, then we'll be able to use the systems which would share the data, which would exchange the data. We will have some specific role models. We will have the understanding who for which purpose will be using the data. Then we won't have any problem. And for example, if we continue answering your question about the task of the main controlling department of the city of Moscow and what could be the task of the other Moscow departments, then we will be able to understand how to work on that methodology, to understand that we have the rule of the games, and then we optimize the rule of the games and use them.
Then we code them, make algorithms, and there are no questions or contradictions or conflicts when that data is exchanged. And most importantly, we build a certain level of trust to the information that is in those information systems. We're talking about control in everyone's hands. We're talking about how it helps authorities. Now let's talk about residents. Which tools can Moscow residents use to control the city environment? In Moscow there is this web portal called Nash Gorod, our city. This is a time-tested instrument. Today we have 1.7 million users, and since that portal was launched, hundreds of thousands or even more than 5 million of issues have been resolved. As opposed to standard technology that we had in the past, when you had to sign up for a certain visit to a certain government office for a bench in your yard to be fixed, for some small bulb to be changed in the public entrance, and it would take months while the problem has been transferred from one official to another. And now in this new system it takes a maximum of 8 days for the most complicated issues, but in most cases the problems are dealt with in 1 to 3 days, and the technology is quite standard. And you heard how it works at Rosatom and with us. There is a certain algorithm of filing an application. You may attach a photo or video. You immediately transfer that information to the person responsible for solving the problem. Then you control whether it's solved within a certain time limit. And then if your resident is still unhappy, he thinks, or they think they have been cheated or something was not done well, you also involve the controlling bodies. They double-check that information or make additional explanations. But most importantly, there should be this quick, clear and transparent feedback for the person to understand that if they come with any problem, it will be resolved. And if it's not resolved, then they go to you, Alexander, right? Yeah, in certain cases, yes. If it's part of our responsibility, they come to us. But the portal works in such a way that the complaint itself goes to the prefect's office or to the local special department, and then if the matter is not resolved, it moves on to our Department of Administrative and Technical Inspectorates, and then we check what the situation is. We issue instructions, initiate admin procedures, we punish, and we make sure that the problem is resolved. It's a little bit unclear why the matter has not been resolved in the first place. You might think the authorities that get that complaint just follow the formal path. Let's say a person complained that lights in his entrance to the building are off. They filed an application, they attached the photo, and they replaced the bulb in just one lamp that was in the photo, and the remaining 9 locations were still not fixed. Next complaint. There was a complaint about a pothole. We see the photo, and this one pothole seems to be fixed, and then the resident is still unhappy. We come and check it, and we realize that there's not just one pothole. It looks like the entire area has been bombed, and that's why we need to use a smart approach. Okay, we need to use our brains and our heart and our conscience. In just 1 year, we dealt with more than 16.5 thousand cases, and the residents were satisfied. What is your assessment? 16.5 thousand, is that a lot? It looks like a serious number. Considering the overall numbers, that's pretty good, that's okay. All right. How active are Moscow residents as they are involved in the life of the city? Let's compare Moscow residents with other cities. Can we say that Moscow residents are more or less active than elsewhere? I can tell you how Moscow is different from other cities in terms of the services that are rolled out. Moscow is truly most advanced city in terms of feedback and direct connection. We have this active citizen solution and the helper of Moscow, and there's this special service for complaints against control and supervision authorities. So you make the procedure easier, but at the same time you need to make the citizen control easier. And when you get direct feedback from your resident, it looks like an obvious way, but it's not always easy. We need to remove the limitations on behalf of the authorities so that they would be able to collect the data themselves. Personal data is a big problem here. And also how safe those services are for the citizens. The city collects big data, but there are big problems with big data: potential discrimination, privacy violations, ethics. Some people don't want to give out their personal data as a matter of principle. But for the city, it's very, very important. Energy consumption at real estate assets, you can, by the amount of power they consume, you can always say whether it's used for some kind of production illegally, or people live there, or what. And sometimes this data can go to fraudsters and they may misuse it. You need to pay a lot of information to information security and the protection of personal data. Then it will increase the trust of the residents, and the city will get this channel of feedback. Thank you, Andrei. If we talk about the technology, not just controlling the city, but also managing it, intellectual video surveillance, where else can it be used? Let me continue my thought. Smart video surveillance is the continuation of your regular surveillance, and with the processes that always require some kind of monitoring or quality of works done, or the status of the assets, or how certain sites have been developed, control over the rule of retail trade. You can have detection or recognition algorithms. But it's important to note here that we go along that path step by step. We look at how much we need to do, and then we select the most efficient method of dealing with a problem. We actively interact with almost all government bodies here in Moscow. We have accumulated extensive experience of using technologies, and they do too, and using this interagency, interministerial working groups, we prioritize the problems. And when you have video recognition algorithm, it doesn't only use computational power, it requires a lot of data to train those neural networks for them to function properly. There are examples. Going back to the previous question, we have this pilot project when we add images from the cameras to a certain application for the active residence solution, and the residents can tell us whether there's a violation or not. And we also use this data to train neural networks. So we train both residents and our networks, and that's the direction we're going. And we also choose areas where automation makes more sense. When we automate garbage disposal or removing snow, it will help us doing better with something else. It gives us knowledge about assets. It helps us train neural networks, understand the behavior of users. We look at people's silhouettes, and we can be more specific about a certain location where a certain violation is identified. This is personalized control. Ksenia, if we use Rosatom experience of digitizing stuff, what could Moscow borrow from you? Moscow is pretty advanced, even compared with the rest of the world. But it's about common sense. You know, there's a huge database in Moscow. Unfortunately, other cities lack common sense, and what they have there is a digital zoo. And they just need to borrow our experience, the experience of Moscow. We are open for dialogue. We prefer to focus on what makes sense, what is viable and reasonable from the point of view of the development of the economy, the society, the city. We are always open for a dialogue, and we hope to be useful. Boris, what can you offer to the city to deal with its managerial tasks and problems? We always pilot different projects with the city. Let me give you an example of the Wi-Fi connection in the city public transport. That's how our company started. There are lots of digital passenger services that became part of the rolling stock design of the metro and buses that are operated in the city. Also, it's about this, what they call universal multi-service platform used for dispatching ground transport in the city, and also removal of snow. This platform is designed in such a way that it can be used elsewhere, and I hope it will be used elsewhere as we try to manage business processes in the city. There are lots of other pilot projects that we do together with the city. Smart passenger services, platforms to manage the city utilities, and I hope later on I'll be able to report to you about even better results for the city a while later. Evgeny, maybe a final question of philosophical magnitude. What kind of digital solutions and technologies can help anyone be part of the control over the urban environment? I don't want to predict the future. There are no such solutions yet. Maybe Elon Musk, that's what he's doing. But the technologies that we have today that are used in business, by the way, we borrow quite a lot from Rosatom, and we use it for our purposes. There are no universal tools or solutions that have to be adjusted to specific conditions, to the specific situation and scale. A company is one thing. A city, especially such a big one as Moscow, with lots of assets to control and management systems, it's a totally different structure. It may be different, of course, from a municipality of 400,000 or 100,000 residents. When you roll out any technology, you shouldn't forget about people. You shouldn't forget that people are what we are doing it for. It's not about coming up with a service which makes it convenient for residents to file their complaints. It's dealing with the root cause. We want to eliminate any possibility that this person encounters a pothole or a mud puddle or anything like that. We want our residents to get out, see a nice-looking bus stop with a clean bench near it. And us as controllers, we need to act proactively using the latest technology to find those problems that we get all the time. Even in our own houses or apartments, there's always something leaking or something that needs fixing. If we learn how to efficiently deal with those tools, if we have this super efficient system of decision-making, then we can say that we have achieved our goal. This is what we actually discussed today, these tools and instruments and how both residents and officials can use them, and of course the controllers who actually control everything in the city. Thank you, and I hope to see you again to discuss something new in the digital solutions for the control of the urban environment. Thank you very much.
Позвольте мне сказать сейчас пару. Позвольте мне сказать сейчас пару вещей, потом я знаю, позвольте мне сказать сейчас пару вещей, потом я знаю, что Сергей у вас для меня есть.
Человечеству
специальными выходные общаться. Поэтому я с удовольствием беру.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I am glad to greet you here on Moscow Urban Forum, and during today's session, turn words into actions, international conferences, drives for urban development. We can say that the Moscow Urban Forum took place for the first time 10 years ago and has since become the main platform for discussing Moscow's urban development agenda. Since the first event, Moscow has changed in several ways. Almost all of Moscow's major transformations have been discussed at different stages of the forum with participation of Moscow's top official and leading international experts. And currently we use this instrument for development of cities and separate territories. And I would like to give the floor to our speakers who are going to work on this topic today. That's going to be Evgenia Beridze, the first deputy of the Department of External Economic and International Affairs, Moscow, Sergei Alexeyev, the Vice President of the Russian Union of Exhibitions and Affairs, Gerald Baber-Sadr, co-founder and CEO of Urban Future Global Conference, Alexei Kalachev, the Director General of World Expo 2030 in Moscow, Ahmed Al-Khatib, Development Director of Expo 2020 Dubai, and Paul Finch, Program Director, World Architecture Festival. My name is Nikita Rumyantsov. I am the head of the Analytical Center. So I would suggest to stick to 5 to 10 minutes of this for the speaker, and probably Sergei Borisovich will start with what is happening at the conferences and what is the recent trends and how we see the impact of the COVID challenges and how Moscow is trying to overcome those challenges. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. How can we overcome them? We are struggling. We saw the reduction of activities, and this is the industry which suffered a lot from the COVID pandemic. And before the start of the pandemic, I would say that this industry flourished. For example, total costs of all the participants, or on average, the cost of the forum participants is several times higher than the expenses of an average tourist. That means that if we have big exhibitions, congresses, then we drive economy of the region where we have them. And in this case, Russia is not at the last place. In the current rating, we are on the 35th place, and taking into account the activity which started again, we will rise a little bit. And what's also interesting, knowing the role of Moscow, I would like to mention that the share of Moscow in the total volume of the Congress events would be approximately the same as the Moscow share in investments. It's currently 60% at the moment, and only 6 or 7 years ago it was more than 70%. I should admit we need to say that in regions we also had seen a development of the Congress activity, and currently we can say that it's not only Moscow where we concentrate all the opportunities for the large events, but also for other cities. Nonetheless, Moscow is the leader, and it's the first choice for the venue for activities conducted in Russia. But we do have growth points, as from around 7,000 industrial events in Moscow, or maybe even in Russia, we have only around 600. And also when we speak about the share of the GDP, it's also not big. And of course, we cannot be satisfied with such GDP share, taking into account the investments which we had in infrastructure. By the way, Moscow is one of the cities we didn't stop investing into its infrastructure during the pandemic. We did not cut our investments, and I think that would also contribute to the further growth of Moscow and to the rise of Moscow in the list of the Congress cities register. And I think that a lot of different activities were frozen during the pandemic, and Moscow, based on its own development plans, continued investment in infrastructure. That's why we expect that we will see the growth of Congress activity after the restrictions are abandoned. And it's very interesting to see that Moscow is a good location for such events. The only point I would like to mention is that we would like to achieve more in attracting industrial events. Moscow government and our department works in that direction, but our efforts are not enough. It always seems that we may attract more and more. We can participate in more competitions for industrial events. That's it from my side. Thank you so much, Evgeny. I would like to pass the floor to Ahmed Al-Khatib, who is the head of Expo 2020. And in Dubai, in 3 months, we will have Expo 2020. How the city was developed while preparing to Expo? It was postponed for 1 year. Which challenges you faced and how did you overcome them?
First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be part of this forum. In less than 90 days, Dubai will host the world here in Expo 2020 Dubai. It's an amazing feeling that actually we are reaching the countdown for less than 100 days to reach to the most important event that will actually host the entire world in such a very, very critical time where we actually need to connect together and talk together to face this big, massive challenge that have faced the world. And actually, the need for such an event is extremely important at this time of the crisis. The journey of the Expo, me personally, I've been involved with Expo since 2011. This is since putting the bid stage together. And then in 2013 was the beautiful day when the announcement of the winning of Dubai to host this beautiful event here in my city. And then, of course, we started with a very clear vision on what will be this city as legacy. And then how we will host the event within the legacy vision, and then how the event will exit and how we will continue toward building the future city of District 2020, which is the name of the entire Expo site after the Expo event is finished. Just to speak about the site itself, it's about 5 square kilometers in size. This is about twice the size of Monaco. This is a city that your client is not me, is not you. It's our client is the world that is actually have so much needs and requirements in order to connect minds and create the future. The city that has, just top-notch of sustainable goals and KPIs that we have achieved in building the city. The city that has a smart infrastructure and a 5G network that covers everywhere on the city. A city that works with Internet of Things. A city that is actually not anymore a blueprint. It's actual physical there, and it's ready to host the world in in October 1st this year. Of course, like the pandemic, during we were supposed to open the Expo last year on October 1st, 2020. But of course, for obvious reasons, because of the pandemic and the entire world that faced something that was totally unexpected, the right thing to do is to postpone the event by 1 year, which is almost finished, and now 3 months to go to open the doors to the world. At the beginning, which was around March 2020, we actually started to feel the pain of the pandemic on the development of the site. At that time, we had about 44,000 workers on site, with all the countries are rushing in order to complete their own pavilions. We have 192 countries participating in the World Expo, which is the largest number in the history of World Expos. And having that large number of workers on site, trying to finish dealing with the positive cases. At that time, there was no clear protocol on how to deal with cases. Any case happens, the entire work stops. You need to quarantine, you need to trace the close contacts. It was extremely difficult. And in May 2020, this is when all the countries actually voted to postpone the event by 1 year. And this was the time when we all had to really look at our own safeties and, the country's safeties, the workers' safeties, and gave us the room actually to breathe a little bit and to look after ourselves and our people. And until we reached to a very clear protocol on how to deal with the cases, how to deal with the pandemic. And thanks God, today, the city is very active. Vaccination, it's the second largest city in terms of vaccination. Vaccination is provided for free. The last international participants meeting for the World Expo, it's a meeting that we held every year. So the last one happened this May. And out of the 192 countries, actually 174 countries attended physically on Expo site, which was like a big, like a very good thing to happen, because we were worried that most countries will attend online. We have worked all scenarios for comes October 2021 and the doors opens. We worked all scenarios, possible scenarios in terms of operation, in terms of dealing with the pandemic. We actually opened part of our expo earlier this year. We opened the Terra Pavilion, the Sustainability Pavilion, to public. And this helped us a lot, actually, in understanding how we will be, what will be the visitors' behavior. It gave us like the missing confidence that we are on the right track. The awareness of the visitors was extremely high. They actually followed the directions, followed instructions, social distancing, sanitizing. It was a beautiful 2 months from January until March. This is when we opened the small portion of the expo to test our operation and to test how we can deal with the pandemic. And it was extremely successful. And we really cannot wait to welcome the entire world in Expo 2020 in October of this year. And I really hope that I see all of you here in Dubai, and I will be more than happy to personally take you around.
Спасибо большое. Конечно, поражает, какую работу вы проводите.
Thank you so much. Of course, it's impressive how you responded to coronavirus pandemic, and I wish you success and to have the successful event of Expo 2020. And now I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, to Alexei Kalachev. And first, we would like to run the video which was prepared by our speaker, and afterwards we will have questions. Humanity conquered the world due to curiosity. We've always searched the answer for the following question. How? 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 Well, and how? And as of today, we have less and less white spots, and we are now implementing our dreams. Curiosity now, it's not about how, it's about what if. What if we will travel to different planets? If we manage climate? If we will pass all dangerous and difficult works to robots? What if we print our houses? What if we eliminate the root cause of the disease? What if we will pass the energy of wires for thousands of kilometers? What if we create and collect all the great minds in one and the same place? Universal Exhibition Expo is held every 5 years and one of the oldest and biggest events on the planet. Starting as the hymn of industrialization, the exhibition became the place where the modern solutions demonstrated, where ideologies fought against each other. And this exhibition became the historic showcase to demonstrate the technologies and achievement of its own time. And currently, this exhibition is for development of cooperation in science and culture. This is a high-scale event, and each exhibition is more than 150 countries and dozens of millions of visitors. And the city which hosts the exhibition is the center of the world during the exhibition. What if Expo 2030 will happen in Moscow, in the business, cultural, historical city center? Moscow is the city ready to host the exhibition. It's time to become the center of the world progress. Yes, thank you so much. Alexei, and I have the following question. What is the concept and what is the idea behind the application, and what role such a decision will play in the development of Moscow and Moscow region?
Thank you, Nikita. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to be the speaker of today's session. Let me describe it step by step, even though in the video most of the information that I plan to present to you has been presented. Where we are now, Moscow is competing. We are in the application campaign for the right to host Expo in 2030. On the 29th of April, we sent our application letter signed by Prime Minister Mishustin to the International Bureau of Exhibitions, and basically we started our campaign. As you understand from the video, and as you may be aware about the history of this largest event in the history of mankind, this is the largest exhibition in the world. It was started in 1851, and Russia regularly took part in those exhibitions, in all expos, but we never hosted such a huge event in the territory of Russia. A number of cities tried to win over the right to host the event, Ekaterinburg and Moscow, but we never were selected. We hope that we have all the chances. We will be able to win and host Expo here in Russia, in Moscow. Such events as the Expo, they are a powerful incentive for the development of your territory. Sometimes new districts are built, or the existing territories are renovated where they plan to host the Expo. We're all aware of such sites as the Eiffel Tower after the Expo of 1889, or the palace that was built in Barcelona after the Expo of 1929. And even a more important question is that your territories get developed in the cities that become the host cities for that event. Let me give you some examples. In Brisbane, Australia, there was this decrepit territory that had not been used for a long time. It changed into an Expo territory, and now it's one of the key cultural centers of the city of Brisbane. Or let's talk about Lisbon. They had this old industrial territory, and they built this 18-kilometer bridge connecting north and the south of the country, and now this is one of the most attractive locations in the city. Even when you host the Expo, it leaves a legacy for many years to come. It's not just there for the moment or for that 1 year. You get the infrastructure, and it changes the urban structure of your city, giving you new centers of attraction and new areas. When we talk about the territory of the Expo, as a rule, it consists of a number of segments. Most of the area is for the country pavilions, and normally you have up to 150 countries participating, up to 50 million people. By the way, one of the records was set in Shanghai in 2010. That exhibition was visited by 76 million participants. Of course, most of the territory is covered by the exhibition space itself. There is a segment for what they call the Expo Village, where the employees and people who work at the Expo live, and also parking locations, concert halls. Usually it's around 300 to 400 hectares, and that's where they implement all their tasks for the exhibition. Of course, to implement the project, you have to create jobs, you attract contractor companies. Also, it's a powerful incentive for the development of the country, for its potential for next years. As for the site itself, we have a general understanding of where it could take place. Here in Moscow, we had the urban analysis done of the land plots here in Moscow, and officials mentioned that already, but let me say again, it's a site within the Marushkinskaya locality near the Vnukovo airport, 15 kilometers away from Moscow, and it is in line with the key requirements and recommendations of the International Exhibition Bureau. Currently, we work in cooperation with the different departments of the Moscow government to form the urban development concept and the plans that we will be including into our bidding documentation, into our bidding book, something that we have to submit until the end of the year on behalf of the bidding committee to the International Exhibition Bureau. It will include all major aspects of our application, not just in terms of the territory, but for all other aspects of that exhibition. There's also what they call the topic or the theme of the bid. It has been selected and sent to the International Exhibition Bureau. It sounds like the progress of humanity, common vision of the world in harmony. And it will also impact the architectural principles of the Expo, of how the pavilions will be built. And in the business content, it will also be reflected. We want to come up with this vision of the world in harmony with nature and technology. This is the key aspect of the topic that we will be following as part of Expo 2030. Another important point is the economic consequences of the exhibition, which is another important criteria for us and our city. Let me give you some examples. When the Expo was hosted by Shanghai in 2010, the economy of the country and the city got a little more than $12 billion. In Milano in 2015, the economy of Italy got a little over $10 billion. It's also jobs. For instance, in Italy, as they were preparing for the project, they created around 6,000 companies. In other words, it's a huge event which has a huge importance, not just because the city and the country get some economic benefits and develop their economies and attract investments. It's also the image component that shows the rest of the world that here in Moscow we have all the opportunities to keep on growing and developing, and we are capable of organizing such a huge event. And that alone means that a lot for the future development, economic development, together with other countries, and to build trade relations with them. Moscow is definitely worthy to host or of hosting that event, and that is confirmed by a number of recent events. We all remember the World Cup in 2018, how we hosted it at a very good level. Here in Moscow, we were able to host and receive all these fans and tourists. And then later on, they came back to Moscow with their entire families, even after 2018. Of course, the pandemic changed all those plans, but nevertheless, in 2018 we were able to present ourselves as a respectable country and city that can host such important events. Lately, Boston Consulting Group ranked Moscow #1 in terms of attractiveness for the residents among other cities of the world. We also ranked quite high in 2019. We were #1 in World Travel Awards. Russia was ranked #1, and the number of tourists that visited Moscow in 2019 was above 25 million. We are worthy of hosting the expo. We are a bidding city. We want to win, so let's support our city. And thank you for your attention. We all believe that Moscow will win, and we will be hosting Expo 2030 in Moscow. Now it's on to Paul Finch, and he can tell us about the experience of the Global Architectural Forum and how it impacts the spatial development of cities. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome from London. I'm going to give you a very quick resume of what we do at World Architecture Festival, and welcome from a very sunny London. The pigeons are flying. Everybody is watching Wimbledon, the tennis on television, and of course the football. Well, we invented World Architecture Festival in 2008, and it really came from the magazine Architectural Review, a global architectural magazine, and our media company decided to pursue an idea which I invented, which was to create a global festival for international architects. And right from the beginning, our aim in this, of course, was to make some money, but really in a way that wasn't the real motive. The real motive was to allow and encourage architects from across the world to talk to each other about their common problems, their common challenges, and their common ambitions and ideals and aspirations. And we call this a big conversation. And the attributes of our festival, well, what is a festival? Well, there are many awards for architects, but our event includes awards, but is not just awards. We have a conference element, but it is more than a conference. There's an exhibition element, but it's more than an exhibition. And, of course, there are trade show exhibitors, manufacturers, suppliers of services, but they are part of something. They're not the dominating influence. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way, sorry. So our first thought was that why is it that, given that architects are responsible for many, many billions of dollars or pounds of activity across the globe every year, but most of the global events until we launched were about real estate, where design was really a secondary consideration. There are global events, for example, at the moment, the Venice Architecture Biennale, and also at the moment, online, the International Union of Architects. But these events are not annual. They're every 2 years or every 3 years or every 4 years. And other international events, for example, the Aga Khan Awards, they are international, but they're limited in scope. For example, those awards are really aimed at countries which have some sort of significant Muslim population. And we wanted to make something which was completely open to all architects. Our event is not curated. Anybody can enter our awards. We don't care if you're big or if you're small, if you're famous or if you just started, whether you're from a big country or a big city or a small rural community, and we don't care where the project that you've designed is located, all are welcome to take part. And the unique thing that we invented for our festival is that clearly for global architecture awards, it's impossible for the judges to visit everything. For example, this year we have 1,400 entries from about 60, 65 countries. So our question was, how can we try to judge buildings and interiors without seeing them? And our answer to that is that we ask the shortlisted architects and designers to make presentations at our event live in front of delegates, and they make those presentations to 3 international judges for each category. You know, for example, schools, offices, sports halls, cultural buildings, community buildings. And this creates drama, and it creates a real reason for about 3,000 architects each year to come to our festival. We make all our entries free to view after the festival has taken place. All entries are exhibited on our website. We have a special archive website, worldbuildingsdirectory.com, so that people who enter our awards will sort of become part of an ongoing history of contemporary design. Of course, we're very international, and we deliberately select our judging panels and our conference speakers from across the globe. In terms of the location of the event, we started in Barcelona because we did an opinion poll of architects, and that was the city that they preferred. And we were there for 4 years. We were 4 years in Singapore, and then we moved back to Europe, 2 years in Berlin, 2 years in Amsterdam. And this year, at the start of December, we're planning a live event. We missed last year, of course, in Lisbon. And we have done secondary events, smaller events with a specific focus on a particular subject and so far they've taken place in London and Dubai. So one of the important attributes of our festival is that it's peer-reviewed. We're talking about architecture and ideas and interiors, and we're talking about, in a way, architects and designers reminding themselves why they fell in love with their subjects in the first place. Our festival is not about how to win planning. It's not about the problems of dealing with contractors or with clients. It's about the common language of design. It's designers talking to designers about the things that unite them, as well as differences that may exist around the world. And although our awards are competitive, anybody who's been to the festival will know that this is not competitive in a bad way. This is not like a competition to win work, where things can become very hostile and very competitive. This is more like a kind of mutual respect, a mutual conversation, and always a friendly atmosphere. And our intention is that the event should be inspirational. It's an opportunity for architects to see other architects presenting their proposals and talking about the inspiration for their own designs. And of course, we have very famous architects and designers, some of whom are mentioned here, who've spoken at our event, and I think have all enjoyed it. Because once architects and designers get together, of course, the conversation flows, and so do the ideas. And we are very happy that our event is celebrated. It's celebratory. We give awards in about 40 different categories. All the people who've won a category award get the opportunity, rather like a dog show. They have won the best of breed, school, office, civic building, parliamentary building, hotel, bar, restaurant. They all have the chance to win Best in Show awards, Best Completed Building, Best Future Project, Best Landscape, Best Interior. And of course, we publicise this along with our many media partners. So to conclude, we wanted to create an event, and we're now in our 13th year, which is accessible, annual, celebratory, that's collegiate, it's a friendly event. It's a festival which is a combination of different elements. It's very inclusive, it's inspirational, it's international. Most important, it's live, although we do live stream elements, so people who cannot attend will be able to, especially this year, watch from around the world by buying online digital passes. And above all, it's peer-reviewed. This is experienced designers and architects making assessments about the best work they're seeing from around the world, a kind of almost a photographic snapshot of what is happening in the world of architecture and design. And thank you very much from London.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your experience. And from my side, I would like to add that the Moscow Urban Forum team is always following your events and find inspiration in your events. And now I would like to give the floor to the second source of our inspiration, that is Gerald Babel-Sarter, who is the founder and director of the Global Future Conference. And I think the question will be approximately the same. Could you share your experience and the principles on which your event is based? And what about the urban development? Do you have the task not only to develop the cities, but also the spatial development as well? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nikita, for inviting me to the Moscow Urban Forum, and good afternoon to Moscow here from Austria. I mean, these are really challenging times for events, or in particular for events. So when the Moscow Urban Forum asked me to share some of my thoughts on how events can drive urban development, I thought about what I could share possibly with you. So what I want to do is give you some perspective on that topic. And in order to do that, let me take you for a few minutes on my very personal journey in the past years. Because even though this is a very challenging time right now for life events, I believe it's also an amazingly exciting time for events, because there is so much transformation going on simultaneously. So we run the Urban Future. The Urban Future is an event that basically started about 8 years ago as the idea for a workshop on how to make a city more sustainable. And within just 3 years, the Urban Future became one of the biggest events on sustainable cities in the world. And when we started with our first few events, the cities that we have been talking to, because the Urban Future is moving around Europe on an annual basis, the cities we've been talking to, they were mostly interested in, how many people are coming and how much are they spending. So it was very much focused on what economic contribution could a conference like the Urban Future do. And as we were new to the business, we were really excited to learn about this. So when we did learn about this with our first event in 2014, we learned that the event did an economic contribution of about 1.5 million euros, which is, for a startup event, pretty cool, we thought. In 2019, so just 5 years later, we were at an economic contribution of about 4 million for the event, the impact on the city, in particular on the city. But to be honest, this is just a small part of the story of what events, or in this case our event, can do for a city. And to our partner cities, they try not to see an event only from the perspective of how much money do attendees spend in their city. In contrast, they are asking themselves, what on earth can 3,000 experts in a particular field do for our city? What impact could they have? And when we talk to here the slide is up for 2019, which was our event in Oslo. The question, or the questions were very broad. They were about the city wanted to train their staff. They wanted to train their own people as a human resource training event. They want them to get inspired and to hear the stories from around the world. At the same time, they wanted visibility for their green tech companies that they have in their city or in the region. And they said, hey, there are like 3,000 potential buyers coming to our city. They should use that stage. They were talking about media coverage from the 150 journalists that came to attend the conference. And one thing that they particularly valued was that they said, well, there are 3,000 experts on sustainability and sustainable urban development are coming to our city. That feedback from so much knowledge and so much know-how is basically priceless, because they tell us right on the spot what we do well, how we can improve, and we're learning so much out of this. The image that you see right now is one of the sessions that the city staff, for example, is still talking about today, almost 3 years after the conference. It was supposed to be a small workshop for like 20 people, and in the end, it was more than 100 people showing up. So the session was basically taken out of a session room and placed into the lobby of the hotel. And everybody was sitting on the floor, including 2 deputy mayors of the city. And these experiences are experiences that you cannot really buy for money. This is what you have to experience. And this is, I think, where events can truly make a difference. So when you think beyond, convention bureau kind of thinking of how many people are coming and how many hotel nights, and you start thinking about what you could do with the crowd that's coming, there are so many opportunities that pop up, not only for the city itself, but for stakeholders in that field. In Oslo, about 10 local organizations created together with partners from the conference and with the audience, an event for almost 2,000 people celebrating in the evening at the harbor of the city, the various organizations of the city, connecting them internationally, sharing ideas and experience. It was basically just conversations and socializing, but that gave a big boost to the local organizations that are active in that field. So that's one of the legacies that cities can bring, or events can bring. But there's actually another one, and that's not necessarily something that the hosting city of such events is really aware of. So we took this Oslo event, you see the little red dot here on the world map, and we were following up with our attendees from around the world, and we were asking in particular mayors and deputy mayors and politicians who attended the conference and said, was there something that truly inspired you to take action in your city? So would we be able to actually spread these ideas and this inspiration, not only in the city where the event is actually taking place, but elsewhere? And the great thing was, it was. And we found more than 25 mayors and deputy mayors responded and said, well, because of what they heard at this event, what they saw in the city of Oslo, inspired them so much that they started to introduce legislation in their own cities, that they started projects and teams that were active in these fields, such as such as banning single-use plastic, or introducing new rules for public procurement of official buildings, and so on. So the field was very diverse. And I think the biggest legacy and the biggest change and the biggest driver of urban development can be spreading these kind of ideas and creating a platform and the right mood at events so that people are truly inspired and taking these ideas back home. Thank you.
Да, спасибо, Джеральд. Очень интересно. Спасибо.
Thank you, Gerald. That is very interesting. Thank you for sharing your experience. And now I would like to pass the floor to Sergei Alexeyev, who is the Vice President of our Congress and Association. And I would like to ask about your opinion about the impact of the events for such cities as Moscow and St. Petersburg, and what do you think about the impact of coronavirus pandemic and how soon it will stop? Thank you very much, dear colleagues. When we speak about this industry, the industry of congresses and exhibitions, I started to participate here many years ago. When I joined, it was in St. Petersburg. At that time, the name of that was Lenexpo, and we had to renovate and reconstruct everything. And after we reconstructed and renovated the pavilions using the international experience, we had a decision, and Sergei Sabanin also participated in taking that decision. Then he had another title, and then we had the solution that St. Petersburg International Economic Forum will be held here. As for the number of visitors and as for the possibility to take that, we were able to hold it, and this year, despite the pandemic, we had 12,000 visitors at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. But we understand that we are in some specific location, we do not have some permanent services and so on and so forth. That's why in 2017 we moved our venue to the place of airport, and now we merged with other organizations, and now we are called Expo Forum International. In 1991, in December, we founded the Russian Foundation of Exhibitions, and to do that we were thinking about the aim of developing of congresses, exhibitions, and starting from 1991 to 2019, I was elected president of that union and foundation. Currently, we unite 116 different enterprises from all the parts of Russia, and despite everything, we have continue growing and developing. We have OCVED, that is a specific code for activity, and according to that OCVED, we have 2,000 plus companies around the world, and as of the beginning of 2020, we had 161 billion rubles of revenue. During pandemic, it fell down to 129 billion, and according to the order of the government of the Russian Federation, our industry was included into the list of the industries which suffered most. And Crocus International, Expo Center, Roscongress Moscow, Expo Center International, St. Petersburg were included not only in that list who suffered, but only in the list who are important for our Russian economics. And later on, we were accepted to the members of the UFI, and currently the UFI is based in Paris. It's headquartered there, and they have the turnover of more than $400 billion. And we also have our representatives in that organization, and I was elected the chairperson of that organization. And why I am mentioning that, I understood that exhibitions is the driver and locomotive of economics, and indeed we have a very good infrastructure. The first place is held by USA, then China, Germany, the remaining parts of Europe. If we compare that with the United States, and if we compare the square meters which we sell during exhibitions, we have to keep up with USA, where they have twice as many square meters sold as we have. And that means that the city may leave for that, for example, Hanover and maybe some other cities. If we speak about congresses, and if we speak about congresses funded from the state, again, the first place is for USA, then we have other European countries, and Russia has only 117 such congresses. As our moderator already mentioned, we are on the 35th place in the global rating. And Paris, Lisbon, Berlin, Singapore, Tokyo is the venue where we have the best venue for congresses. Moscow is the best city here, but unfortunately we are only on the 17th place in the international rating. With our international colleagues, we discuss why we have such low rating. And first of all, it's about visa issues, the problems with interaction with our authorities. Sometimes we have some electronic visas for some cities, for example, St. Petersburg. And we hope that when pandemic is over, this practice of issuance of electronic visas will apply to all the big cities of our country. The next problem is the low awareness about our events. We need to promote our venues and events, and we also need to speak about different regulations and practices of holding of different events. We also need to resolve the issues of logistics, foreign exchange control, and many other problems. According to the London Business School survey, the development of the exhibition and congress activity should include the presence of infrastructure, the presence of competent organizers, and the ability to use the infrastructure for tourists. Let's go through all those elements. First of all, during the previous 30 years, we have increased the number of modern congress centers. Most of them are located in Moscow. 70% of national and international events are held in Moscow. In Moscow, we have leading centers such as Expo Center, Vega, Sokolniki, and World Trade Center, Zaryadia, and we have more than 500,000 square meters of the venues. But unfortunately, those venues did not undergo renovations. For example, at Vega, we have frozen the renovation, and I think we had a very good idea to do that. We also have the development around Expo City, for example, in Moscow City, and unfortunately it prevents its development. As for the complex landscaping, it's also a problem, and not only for Moscow, unfortunately, but also to other centers in our country. I'm also concerned that Vega and Sokolniki are used for COVID patients. We understand that we have to preserve the important structures for cities. For example, the patients in Germany are not held in pavilions, but they are kept in the specific, dedicated, and freshly constructed auxiliary premises. Our professional society is very concerned with the pandemic, and we have 50 to 80% of financial loss. We had to fire around 20 to 30% of employees. We also are very concerned with the proposal of Rospotrebnadzor to cut the number of events, mass events specifically. And if we will have a look at the revenue of the industry enterprises in Moscow, and that according to the study of the International Association, the service enterprises and tourism should be multiplied by 7, then we will see that we lost the opportunities for 900 billion rubles. And when we speak about B2B exhibitions, we understand that this is the place where contracts are signed. And if we know that 1 meter will create the contracts for the amount of 1.1 million rubles, it's easy to calculate how much revenue was lost. And we also know that we have more than 3% of GDP. I'm speaking about contracts which were concluded during the exhibitions. So this is the figure which we could earn. That's why we are asking not to consider congresses and exhibitions as mass events, as it was done in Germany, for example. We know that COVID will be with us for a long period of time. That's why we need to use express PCR tests, and that we need using QR codes at the exhibition. And we also need to make sure that we perform vaccination for our employees. Now I would like to continue with the business tourism. And I think that the economic impact from congresses and exhibitions is very high. And I'm speaking not only about contracts, but about other aims and goals, because our events are multi-purpose. And in 1992, we had submerged into chaos. And at that point of time, we started to work with Congress and exhibition industry as a tool for the distribution of commodities and other goods. Of course, we are still lagging behind our international colleagues. According to our observations, we have only 5% of Russian companies participating in exhibitions. As to compare with USA, where they have 90% of companies, and in Europe they have 40% of companies who participate in the exhibition. That means that we need to improve that we need to educate our companies, and there are specific associations dedicated to exhibitions and congresses in USA and in Europe. They also developed the methodology of work with the industrial associations. This was related to the promotion of goods. And we had 2 forums of the industrial associations. I believe that we need to continue working in that direction. Probably those efforts would allow us to bring back to the domestic market our own Russian-made goods and services. Our proposals are currently being discussed at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and currently I would like to say just a few words about the future. We are actually met the person from London, Jane Rankin. He's the CEO, and reinventing the life, we need to think about such initiative. He is also a consultant of Informa, Clarion Events, Tarsus, and some of the leading associations of events in the world. And recently we had the discussion during the meeting about the future of our companies. You may listen to that in YouTube. And here is the short video. Could you please switch it on?
Позвольте мне сказать сейчас пару вещей, потом я знаю, что, Сергей, у вас для меня есть несколько вопросов.
This has obviously been a very difficult time for everyone in the events industry.
Естественно, для нас всех, особенно в индустрии живых, так называемых мероприятий, ивентов и выставок, это было очень достаточно такое сложное время.
And I recognize the pain that everyone is in.
Я признаю, я согласен с тем, что для нас это трудные времена, и нам это тяжело переживать, и даже боль мы испытываем по этому поводу.
However, there really is an opportunity for those event organizing companies who wish to approach things in a new way and benefit from all of the challenges which we have been experiencing during the pandemic.
Но на самом деле я считаю, что эти сложные обстоятельства послужат к пользе нам в поиске новых путей, новых подходов в нашей индустрии.
A very exciting thing about the book was speaking to leaders of different event organizers across the world, and some of whom really were excited by the changes and running their businesses in very new ways.
В процессе работы над книгой я общался с большим количеством руководителей, лидеров в индустрии, ивентов и мероприятий, и выставок, и ярмарок. И на самом деле некоторые из них испытывали большую радость по поводу тех трансформационных изменений, которые происходили по причине пандемии.
And these companies will be very successful. On the other hand, we will also find some which do not change will struggle in the future and find that the size of their events and maybe the size of their businesses will reduce.
И именно те, с кем я разговаривал, и кто радовался по поводу этих изменений, они проводили очень быстрый процесс трансформации в том, что касается деятельности и структуры. Поэтому отмечалось, что те, кто не изменяют ничего, ни в структуре, ни в политике и подходе, будут страдать, и это будет отражаться на качестве их работ, также и на размере их мероприятий.
So, in summary, this is a time of great change with winners and losers.
И подытоживая, скажу, что это сложное время будет временем как победителей, так и проигравших. Это время изменений, время перемен.
And I really hope that the book will help people to see the way forward to being a winner.
И я очень надеюсь, что моя книга поможет людям в поиске и нахождении новых путей для того, чтобы выйти победителями из этой ситуации.
And I wish to thank and congratulate Sergei for taking the initiative of translating the book into Russian, which I believe is a fantastic service for the events industry in the Russian-speaking world.
Я хотел бы воспользоваться возможностью поблагодарить Сергея Алексеева за принятые усилия и потраченное время и ресурсы для того, чтобы перевести мою книгу на русский язык, потому что она, надеюсь, поможет многим в ивент-индустрии найти новые подходы.
So those are my opening words. Sergei, would you like to maybe ask me some questions and direct?
Спасибо большое. Я думаю,
вот
дальше не надо продолжать.
Было, Сергей, если вы хотите.
Спасибо большое. Да, ковид нанес нам серьезный.
All right, COVID really hurt us. You have 30 seconds to go.
Кто хочет получить эту книгу, пожалуйста.
If you want to get this book, write to our organization, write to our email address, and we will send you this book. Congratulations on that bid for Expo 2030. I've been participating for 25 years in all those exhibitions. I personally know many of those CEOs in Shanghai, in Hanover, in Milano. We need to put together the international team. We need to answer a few questions regarding management, and I wish Moscow all the best to get that exhibition. All right, we have just a little bit of time for the end of the session. I'd like to thank all our participants, both online and here in the studio. Thank you very much, and we wish Alexei and his team to win and to bring Expo 2030 here to Moscow. That's our common task, and thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome the participants and visitors of the Moscow Urban Forum. This is our brainstorming session entitled Blue Ocean Cities, How Cities Can Find the New Competitive Niches. My name is Irina Erbitska. I'm going to be the moderator for this session. Among our participants, we have Alain Berthaud, Senior Fellow, Mellon Institute of Urban Management, New York University, author of the book Order Without Design, How Markets Shape Cities. Kirill Purtov, Minister from the government of Moscow, head of the Department of Economic Policy and Development of the city of Moscow. Also, we have with us Dina Satarova, Director of the State Autonomous R&D Institution, Master Plan of the City of Moscow, Anna Schindler, Director of Urban Development from Zurich, Jonathan Wetzel, Senior Partner at McKinsey. Our true topic is a little bit different from this fashionable phrase, the blue ocean. The blue ocean phrase is good for the media, but we need to be making our discussion at the professional level. And the subject of our discussion today is as follows. Can the cities create their own competitive niches? And what will those niches be? Should the city create those niches through the government or through its residents? Let me explain the rules of today's dialogue to you. For the first 20 minutes, each one of the presenters will speak briefly for about 3.5 minutes. I will be very strict as I follow and monitor our timing. During the next 20-minute period, the participants will be asking questions to one another related to their initial comments, but not necessarily. And during the third portion of 20 minutes, we will be discussing unresolvable city problems. During that final stage, I will ask each participant to name 2 or 3 really difficult problems. I know you will be tempted to name just one problem that you once solved, and it's understandable. We all want to talk about our successes rather than failures, but I don't want you to name the problems that you know how to solve. Let's recall that any industry and any area of knowledge is well characterized by the problems that were not solved. And let me start with Kirill Purtov. You may have the floor, please. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and participants in the session. I was warned about being really brief, and I will just briefly tell you what Moscow is doing to become sustainable and to develop in accordance with all the trends that we see in global metropolises. Recently, Moscow has significantly improved in many international rankings. If we look at publications of last year, we monitor the ones that are most often cited. In 27 rankings, we moved up. We made it into 7 new rankings. In 5 rankings, we stay where we are, and we see how we need to develop further and how to keep our position. What allows us to stay in those rankings, enter those rankings, or move up in those rankings? First of all, I have to say that that our investment agenda is important. In the last 10 years, Moscow is very strict about city investments. Even though the budget is limited, we stick to the volume of investments of at least 30% of all our expenditures. In these 10 years, we were able to grow, and we were able to increase the amount of budget investments, including targeted programs and the development events, up to 40% of our entire budget. How do we spend this money? Of course, when there's a question how to spend the money of the city, whether you develop this or that, we had to make both complicated and simple decisions at the same time. We have to develop everything at once, all areas at once. This is how life is like, and this is how our residents are like. We need high-quality services. We need high-quality education. We need to use high-quality infrastructure. We need to get to work quickly, and we also need recreation time to enjoy our weekend and evening time. That's why we have taken this obligation, and we immediately began to move and develop in all areas of urban management or city management. Just a few points. This is the development of the transport infrastructure, something that requires most investments. Also comprehensive development of territories. This is what we're starting to focus on. Our task is to get the polycentric convenient city and implement that 15-minute city concept. Unfortunately, our ground transportation network has certain limitations. That's why we're focusing on the polycentric city and the development of rail transport. And finally, another thing I want to focus on, no single transformation is possible without information technology. We make our management systems more complicated, and we need to provide convenient tools for using them. Thank you, Kirill. Now the floor goes to Alain Berthaud, author of this book, Order Without Design, How Markets Shape Cities. Alain, your initial comments, please.
Thank you for inviting me. I will not describe a specific city. For me, creativity, in fact, creating a competitive niche, will come from the people who are in the city already. So creating competitivity is really attracting valuable people. And so the role of government, I think, is mostly supporting, and in a way, that's, I think, what was described in just a previous presentation. You have to provide a supporting framework in terms of transport, education, certainly, and environment. I don't think it's a role, really, of the city to select a sector or a niche in particular. I think that will be done by the people themselves. Once this sector is there, then of course it can be supported further. I don't believe, by the way, that it can be supported by tax break or subsidies in land or things like that. I think the support should be entirely in the environment of the city. It should be things like, again, education, good environment, cleaner, and another aspect too that I feel is very important, and unfortunately in the last few years have decreased worldwide, is a free movement of people. I think that creativity, in order to be creative, you need some people who are extremely specialized, and those people are all around the world, and you need to attract them in your place, in your little sector. And that requires, is to move from one country to another, one city from another. That means not much restriction on visa or immigration in a certain way, or at least a type of immigration. I want to remind you that, for instance, a country which has been rather successful in creating competitive niche is Singapore. And Singapore has I won't say that it has an open border, but it draws its competitivity from foreigners who come to Singapore to work there, and sometimes on short contract. But they have, and I think that every city in the world wants to be competitive, has to draw people worldwide. I think that's a very important aspect of it. The emphasis, therefore, is mostly on the quality of the people you have in your city. And those quality people will come here only if they find a good environment. So I think that's my presentation, short message. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And next is Dina Satarova, Director of this R&D institution for the urban planning for the city of Moscow. Dina, please. This is somebody else's presentation. I will start speaking with your permission. In accordance with UN Habitat concept, the city should ensure the balance between fundamental goals, the quality of life, the economic competitiveness, preservation of the environment, and energy efficiency. I still want you to put my presentation on. If we talk about urban planning, and I represent the institute specializing in urban planning, this city should have the following properties: density of development, mixed-use city, which contributes to the development of the local economy and makes city services more accessible. This is prioritization of public transport in making urban territories more attractive using non-budgetary investments. In this situation of constant urbanization, continuous urbanization, and when we want to improve competitiveness of the city, we need to determine optimal values for the density of the city development and how it functions. Our urban planning institution, at the request of the Committee of Architecture and Urban Planning of the City of Moscow, developed a methodology to determine the economically efficient parameters for the urban development of the territory, to answer the question how the quality of the urban environment impacts the economy of the city. And first of all, we did a sociological survey with 8,600 people, residents of Moscow, responding. We tried to identify what parameters of the quality of the environment are most important for comfortable living for Moscow residents. We also looked at the territory with a total area of 6,000 hectares, where we identified the KPIs for the development of different types of urban development that would ensure us quality of the urban environment. This is the map where we conducted a survey, and using regression modeling out of 300 quality parameters, we selected 12 most important ones. This is the pedestrian accessibility to historical and cultural sites, pedestrian accessibility to water sources, cultural and historical sites. This is average time on the road in public transport during morning and evening rush hours, and that's the average distance to the metro stops. This is the urban planning area. This is what the urban developers use, or planners use here in the city. And then we looked at the economic parameters for the development of the territory using the following scheme. We look at the budget of an economic mapping of a certain district, and using regression principles, we look at the relation between infrastructure and capitalization of the city real estate. This analysis allows us to build some maps which describes the urban value of the territory, look at how the infrastructure is developed. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dina. We will continue. And next is Anna Schindler, Director Urban Development from Zurich.
Yes, hello. I'm going to share my screen, I hope. Yeah, it works. Okay, so I'm just going to present some slides. I'm giving you a concrete example for niches, two niches. We're speaking of niches that Zurich does. It's about urban manufacturing and startups. And as all know, at the moment, Zurich is a growing city. And in terms of economy, it is famous not for startups mostly, but for its finance and insurance headquarters. But instead of industries that produce motors and machines, today high-tech industries and advanced manufacturing play an important role in Zurich. And urban industries are regaining importance not only from an ecological point of view, but also from an economical point of view. But in order to regain territory, we already have heard that they need support. First of all, the last remaining areas where such activities can take place must be maintained and cannot be allowed to be retransformed into housing or office spaces. In addition, new niches need to be found, spaces that can be transformed into places of production. This is the definition of what urban manufacturing is by Saskia Sassen, a famous American economist. And I just show you an example from where the city of Zurich is creating new niches for urban manufacturing. This is it's one example. It's called the Werkstatt, like working place, and it's close to the railway tracks where the Swiss Railway Company owned these buildings. It's reorganizing itself. So the existing buildings no longer serve their purpose, and that the city has taken over and is creating a niche for urban production in very different ways there. Another initiative that we have, the Made in Zurich initiative, inspired by the city of San Francisco. It offers a platform that connects urban producers from different fields like fashion, furniture, food, high-tech producers, and different designers. They are involved. And with this label, they get an official certificate for their products, and they get also a big platform for marketing and selling. And besides this, just in 2 words on startups, besides physical spaces, small businesses also need to access to knowledge and sometimes to financial support. And this financial support cannot be provided only by the city, but we have an initiative also, it's called Kickstart. It's an ecosystem innovation platform that bridges the gap between startups, corporations, cities, foundations, and universities to accelerate partnerships and deep tech innovation. The program's main mission is to bring together big companies with small startups in the Swiss market, startups coming from all over the world. They work together for 3 months, and then they get usually they get big corporations out of them. Kickstart has been founded in 2015. It has facilitated over 170 partnerships, supported over 190 startups, and has created more than 850 million Swiss francs of investments. And the last example may be Go. It's a non-profit organization, also for startups, but for very different startups. It's supported by the city of Zurich as well since 2009, and it supports self-employed workers with microcredits, so with very, very small loans. They are supported their business ideas. It offers knowledge and capacity building, but also financial support, and it has been used mainly by migrants and ethnic entrepreneurs.
Anna, спасибо большое. Anna, thank you so much. Anna, thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would...
I'm finishing. Can I finish my last phrase? Thank you.
Давайте мы на второй части продолжим.
Probably we may continue your report at the second part. It's a very interesting initiative. But now I would like to pass the floor to Jonathan Botzel, the senior partner of McKinsey. Jonathan, your speech, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Irina. And first of all, I'm very honored to be on the panel. I've learned a lot in the last 15 minutes, and I appreciate the comments from everybody. I think that this topic is fascinating. There are 3 things that I observe cities that are effective at innovation, at engaging, that there are 3 things they have. They have curiosity, they have agility, and they have optimism. Curiosity is, in the words of Wayne Gretzky, you need to skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is now. They look ahead, they're curious, they are interested in the new idea, they bring new people in to do that. It's a very natural thing to do. You would think most cities would do it. Interestingly enough, some don't. The capacity to be curious, to move away from the accepted norm, that is a first factor that differentiates. The second one is agility. And agility is perhaps the most difficult, particularly for larger cities, which are the ones that, incidentally, are the leaders in innovation. But agility requires the ability to test and learn. Some people call it the PPP, people, public, and private. And I start with people because it is starting with people. Agility is about people. It's about how you allow them to do different things, how you create the structures that give them the resources to try, to test, to learn, to pilot, and to do it again. I like the phrase economic gardening. that we are here to create a city as a garden, and we give it nurture, we give it light, we give it energy, but we don't know exactly how it's going to grow. Some things will flourish, some things might not. We are a garden. We have to be a little bit of maybe of an English garden as opposed to an overly planned, manicured lawn. So that's about agility. How do we encourage that? And the last point is optimism, because this is hard. This doesn't happen by itself. We need vision. We need people who are capacity to push through the obstacles. So I'll quote one of my favorite urbanists is Tom Murphy, who was the mayor of Pittsburgh. When he turned that city around in the 90s and the 2000s, said, anytime you want to do something different, there are going to be 100 people yelling at you. Nothing changes unless you are prepared to move forward. We need the optimism because we're going to fail a lot. And so failure needs to be part of the DNA of the city. That's part of the test and learn. We know we're going to fail, but unless we have the vision, unless we can enunciate that vision, we will never move forward. So curiosity, agility, optimism, that defines the blue ocean for cities.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Colleagues, we will pass to the second part of our brainstorm, and this is a Q&A session, and I would invite our participants to ask questions to each other, and I would like to remind you that we are discussing the competition between cities and also how the cities can rise above the competition. So the first question can be asked by Kirill Purtov. I would say that we prepared to this forum, and we indeed have very interesting questions already prepared. Kirill, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. According to our procedure, it's a question to somebody specific or to everyone. Okay, then after such short sprints, I would like to discuss a very relevant topic for us: how to ensure that we will have equal conditions for development of all types of businesses. Because as of today, as I have already mentioned, we implement a pretty big program for the complex landscape development, and within that program we are going to renovate more than 120 industrial areas. Those 2,000 hectares or 35 million square meters. And in this case, we are looking from different angles at the shaping of those zones. We think about creation of industrial manufacturing facilities, maybe administrative offices, and naturally we need to ensure that around that business structure we will have some residential areas. Probably I would address my question first of all to Alan Bertrand. How should we select a sector to be supported? Historically, cities become successful by providing some freedom to their citizens, and many business areas were evolving in this way. For example, Silicon Valley. Or we may select the other pathway, not natural development, but when we subsidize or invest into some of the businesses, and then we wait until it grows and brings some results. What's your opinion? Alan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very suspicious of subsidies in general, especially subsidies in land or taxes, because then you attract people who are attracted by the subsidy, rather than attracted, again, by the curiosity or the creativity. I will remind you that, Hewlett Packard, or let's say the beginning of Silicon Valley, was always in a garage, in residential area. I'm not saying that residential area are necessarily the best place to start a business. So in the case of Moscow, to answer your question more precisely, I will have pieces of land or floor space which are rented without defining really what will take place there. Whether it's a light manufacturing or whether it's just coding or office building, I will have the maximum flexibility. And again, here I take the example of Silicon Valley, the way it grew, around Palo Alto and the University of Stanford, mostly in residential area, which and around, by the way, more than 20 different municipalities who didn't have the means to create let's say, an industrial area specialized for that. So I think that flexibility here is everything. And when one enterprise is successful, then you will know about it. But some will fail. Failure is absolutely necessary. What is important in failure is that you monitor the failure. The problem with government investment sometimes is that they fail, but they don't monitor the failure, so they continue failing. Where a small enterprise will fail, just have to change their way to do business. So I'm not sure I completely answer your question, but that's my general attitude. But I think it's a very interesting initiative in Moscow to certainly reconvert the large area of obsolete industrial land which are there.
Thank you very much, Alan. Kirill, are you satisfied with the answer? Yes, I am satisfied. Thank you so much. It was an exhaustive answer. Colleagues, Jonathan, Anna, do you have any questions to our speakers?
Если нет, то у меня еще есть вопрос.
If they do not have questions, I have questions. Kirill have a lot of questions. We can see that he is well prepared, and if you don't mind, I would suggest Kirill to speak as brief as possible. And I have a question to Jonathan. You said that we need to create good conditions for startups, and you compare them with gardens. Do you have some vision? What are the conditions which should be created for such startups to make sure that all the initiatives concerning transformation, urban development, introduction of new technologies would be fully used by citizens? Jonathan, the floor is yours. Probably it's about IT sector, I don't know.
Sure. Well, happy to chat. Look, first of all, I support everything that Alain has said about the value of the unplanned space, that you should not feel compelled to dictate the usage of every square meter of the area. That is the way to kill innovation. Rather, you should be more interested in avoiding things that will that are negative, things that are particularly mismatches. So the answer to your question is ensuring that there is no mismatch between the capacity of infrastructure required with the potential of entrepreneurship you hope to create. So on the one hand, you have a demand, which is you are trying to foster, of innovation, and on the other hand, you have supply, and the supply will tend to lag the demand. The supply of infrastructure, the physical capacities, whether it is of transport, of digital infrastructure, of energy infrastructure, these things tend over time to be underestimated. So if we look at the great cities, they have overdone it. They have put very big sewage pipes in. They have created massive capacity, which then is deployed in unexpected ways. And I think that so those both are important. The capacity to incentivize the entrepreneur. So in China, we call it mass entrepreneurship. We want everybody to be an entrepreneur. But in order for everybody to be an entrepreneur, we need to give them the resources. We need to give them the infrastructure. So we need to make them connected. We need to make them digital. We need to make them. We need to give them access to capital, very importantly. And ideally, we do all of that at the same time. So that we create an integrated digital infrastructure is probably the single most important thing. So I can see, Anna, you would like to add to that.
But I would like to ask a question to something you said and Alan said before, because I think it's very interesting to appreciate the value of the non-defined land. But what do you do in a city that doesn't have any land anymore? So that doesn't have brownfields or just no land that is not defined because there's no land anymore. And it's the case for Zurich. So where do you create or find niches there? Maybe it's a question to both of you.
Shall I answer? You know, I don't believe that there are cities without land, except maybe Singapore and and Malé in the Maldives, the capital of the Maldives. You have no land because you have a land use plan which do not allow land to be developed. I do not forget that what is important is not land, it's floor space. So I'm sure that also you limit floor space with floor ratio and things like that, which you know, could be expanded if you. So you know, your limit on land are in fact the limit that you have imposed to yourself.
Fully agree. Fully agree. Mm-hmm.
I'm very glad to hear that. And now I would like to pass the floor to Dina. And do you have some questions? Yes, I have a question on the one hand and a comment on the other hand. Of course, I would like to hear the opinion of our invited experts. Today we see that the most successful cities and regions which are successful at the global scene, they follow one of two scenarios. Either they create some unique infrastructure which is difficult to reproduce in some other region, some creative industry, for example, fashion in Paris or architectural design in the Netherlands, which is very successful at the global stage. And as such knowledge is difficult to pass via internet, and such knowledge are based in the human relations, and tacit knowledge or some other types of knowledge, they are difficult to transfer. That's why they have the competitive advantage of the region or of the city. That's the first scenario. And the second scenario is when industry is integrated into the chain of vertical integrators. This is the example of successful development of IT sector in Bangalore, which started with small orders, and then they were successfully integrated into the vertical chain of integrators. So which scenario do you think is most preferable for cities to achieve a fast success? Or maybe you should work on the technical skills? Colleagues, I would ask some of you to answer the question of Dina, and then we will pass to the last part of our brainstorm, to discussion of unsolvable problems. Colleagues, who would like to answer Dina's question? Alan, Jonathan, Anna?
I'm happy to start, but I'm sure the colleagues will also have views. I mean, I actually think that, first of all, you're right that intangibles and human relationships are at the core of most competitive industries, that the knowledge that we get by proximity, by being close to each other, to develop new designs, to understand the capacities of our production facilities, the needs, all of that is the core of developing a competitive proposition in any industry. Your comment about vertical integration, I think that's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you get a customer, and in this case, you get a global customer, which is what Bangalore did. On the other hand, you are at their mercy, so they could move. In fact, you see that. You see lots of competition for Bangalore these days. I would argue that it's actually a safer bet to think first about the creative capacity that you have as long as you are reasonably assured that there is some kind of a market. And I would argue that for most of the things we're talking about in innovation, we're talking about things that are at the beginning of the marketplace, not at the future. So not at a mature stage. So you have lots of potential. So the real challenge is the creation of that local innovative capacity. So if I'm going to pick, I would say the first one. So.
Thank you very much. And if you allow me, I would also, being a moderator, wanted to say a few words about it. We have different opinions concerning the question, should we regulate or should we not regulate the land usage? I would like to stop our brainstorm with that and pass to the next part. I would ask each of the participants name their unsolved problems, and then we will discuss such unsolved or unsolvable problems. Your favorite ones, please. Who will start? Kirill, probably you? If you allow me, I would like to start. Each megapolis is growing. We have the efficiency of labor growing at one hand, but on the other hand, we are also having transformations in businesses. And sometimes businesses seize the stage when they do not have sufficient number of resources. And in this case, we will have to fill the vacancies with high qualification employees and part with the lower qualification employees. And migrants, they bring their own contribution to the development of the society. They have some ethnic communities and they try to stick to their ethnic community. How can we resolve this problem to ensure that those who lived at some place all the time could keep their culture and traditions and continue living according to their cultural code, but also have the balance when we have more and more migrants working in the city? Thank you very much, Sergey. I hope that we will have time for everyone to speak up about their favorite unsolvable problem. So I heard you. What should we do? Should we attract migrants or should we preserve the city and not allow migrants to keep the cultural code of the local population? So I would like to pass the floor to the next speaker, but very briefly, just a couple of words. Dina. Yes, my report was about the increase of the investment attractiveness of urban territories. And of course, we have questions to that. And the report of Kirill demonstrated how much efforts is taken in Moscow in general. And we have such a problem as I think when you increase the quality of life in any city while improving the infrastructure, we provide the citizens the opportunity to develop their business. But on the other hand, we also increase the cost of living in that city. And that means that some of the groups of the population which maybe are not so active, there is a risk that they will be excluded from the life of such successful and attractive city. So you speak about the contradiction between capitalization of the territories and the availability of those territories for the low-income citizens.
Jonathan, Alan, Anna, who wants to respond to that? Alan, let's start with you.
My intractable problem would be very related to that. To me, cities have to change constantly to stay alive, and that means changing land use. At the same time, people are using land. So it means that you have displacement of people within the city, which are unavoidable. But this displacement can be very painful. In particular, that was the question asked for the lowest income population. So this is, for me, my insolvable problem. I answer the question by my own insolvable problem, which is city need land use change. But on the other hand, there may be winners and losers. How do you protect the losers when land use change? And I don't know what is the solution here. You know, on one hand, you have concentration sometime of low-income people in area, which are called ghettos, for example, you know, low-income ghettos. So if you want to decrease the existence of those ghettos, obviously higher-income people have to move into those ghettos. But then this is called gentrification and resisted because they may be replacing. So to me, this is probably by creative land use, again, increasing the floor space, which is existing, rather than freezing it as many cities are doing.
Спасибо, Ален. Я фиксирую, да, вопрос неразрешимая проблема.
This question that cannot be resolved from Alan Bertor would be ghettos and gentrification. What about you, Jonathan? Which questions you were not able to resolve? Jonathan.
I think we have common themes, and mine is simply put how to solve homelessness. I think that homelessness is endemic to every developed city anywhere in the world. And at the core of this is that one price does not clear two markets. That for any piece of land, you have a market for that land as shelter. You also have a market for that land as investment. And I will guarantee you that if somebody who wants this land for investment is competing with somebody who wants it for shelter, the one who wants it for investment will win. And as we increase economic activity, the value of that investment becomes higher and higher. And as a result, more and more people are unable to afford shelter. So it is an intractable reality of a capitalist system of land use that we will increase homelessness as we increase economic activity unless we do something about it. So that's my question.
Отлично, спасибо, Джонатан.
Very good, thank you. Anna, what about your question, which is unresolvable?
Yeah, I think it goes all in the same direction. Actually, I completely agree with Jonathan. We're not going so far in Switzerland because we have the chance of being a very, very rich country. My question, but it's always the same. My question is how to preserve affordable working space and affordable housing in a city like Zurich that is very high priced. And it's not even about homelessness because we don't have that many homeless, but it's just how can we keep blue-collar people in the city and give them space to live, affordable housing. And I don't know, I have thought a lot about this land use answer from Alain, but I think it may only be solved a little bit with regulation or with a very, very strong social system.
Спасибо, Анна. Итак, коллеги.
Thank you, Anna. We have an extensive selection of problems that cannot be resolved. Let me say that in every discipline there are problems that are not resolved in mathematics and physics, in the urban science too. And here Moscow says that they are the platform that deals with the questions that cannot be resolved. Even in dentistry, every dentist knows that there is some problem of this contact point. Questions that are not resolved exist in every science. But now you have collected questions. We are in Moscow today. This is the city which hosts the Moscow Urban Forum. And this question of Kirill is also important to us as other questions. This is what Kirill asked. What do you do with incoming migrants? And this contradiction, it's good for the economy of the city, but the residents, Moscow residents say, no, we don't want migrants. We don't want any more migrants coming in. Let's see, colleagues, if you have any solution to this question. Jonathan seems to want to answer.
Well, I'm not sure I want to answer, but we can try. The McKinsey, we did do a report on this, and I'd be happy to share on migration and sort of looking at the economic impact of migration and on a net basis for cities and countries. And I can tell you unequivocally that migration is an economic positive. It is a necessary factor to grow. Now, that said, there are individuals who are negatively affected by migration. Typically, they're actually the previous generation of migrants because the new migrants come in and essentially run over the old migrants' jobs. But at the same time, essentially, it forces people in the existing environments to upgrade, to become that much more qualified because you have now all of this new capacity to do something with. And if you don't use it, it will take over. So I agree that there is a social element to this integration. The lessons that have been learned, to the extent that we can draw them, is that it is mostly about the integration, first of all. It is not about the migrants. That the migrants you can have from many places. It's about the quality of the integration that makes the difference. And the quality of the integration has a lot to do with the ability to work. The ability to work in safe, secure, occupations that have the possibility to gain respect. And so if one has those things, the migrants are then going to contribute. And generally speaking, the migrants are not going to create problems, that they're going to be, constructive and productive. But if they're contributing, they will also have the ability to improve the quality of their community. And I agree with you that it's important to integrate physically as well. So creating the ghetto is not a good idea. It's important to disperse, if you will, the community, to allow it the capacity to gather together on occasion, but to also to integrate it through language, very important, on a common understanding of history and norms, civil behaviors. I mean, these are essentially, one should be thinking about migrants as an asset, not as a cost. And if one invests in the asset, we get a return. But if we do not, if we treat it as a cost, it will be a cost. It will have negatives.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think Anna also has something to say on this question that seems to be resolvable.
I completely agree with Jonathan because migrants, the Swiss economy and especially Zurich's economy is living from migrants. We have a lot of, actually, whole Switzerland wouldn't be able to have been that prosperous if it wouldn't have been for migrants. So we are very aware that we need these people, and migrants that come for work because they need to work and they find work, or maybe they already have work. I see that it's a different form of migration, as if we are talking about refugees, people who really need to be integrated. But we have developed, I think, for over the years, a well-established integration system. And Jonathan mentioned the two most important things. It's work, it's having the possibility to work, finding a job, even if it's a very low-paid job, and the language. Just give the people the possibility to in some way, to be introduced to the language that is spoken in the city, so that they really can arrive. Because Zurich is an arrival city for Switzerland. We have a lot of, more than 10% of everyone who comes, of all the people coming into Switzerland come to Zurich, and a lot of them stay and arrange themselves in some way and find work in some way. It's the most important thing is jobs and having the possibility to integrate.
Thank you very much. By the way, we are approaching this issue of transfer of local knowledge and the acceptance of knowledge by the migrants. Let's remember that. That's also very important. The city can compete by forming within itself this really valuable centers of knowledge transfer. A city is like a neuron which collects knowledge and passes it over to the rest of the world. Let's discuss the issue raised by Dina and Alan. You had very similar unresolvable issues, ghettos and gentrification, and Dina also, they will be in one block, sort of, raising the capitalization of their territory versus their affordability or accessibility. Can anyone offer solutions to those questions that seem to have no solutions? Anna, Jonathan, Alan, maybe you have something to add on the previous unresolved issues.
Well, by definition, those are unresolvable problems. So my inclination for that, to try to solve it, let's say, will be the transport system. I think that a lot of the problem of the migrants is that not only that they are in ghettos, but those ghettos are also not very accessible to the labor market. And the labor market should be understood as a wide labor market. For instance, in Moscow, not having access to just jobs which are within 15 minutes from where you live, but wherever they are in Moscow. So the objective, if you want to integrate those migrants, is to offer them the possibility to work in any part of the city, not only in the area next to their neighborhood. And I think that can be done only by a very efficient urban transport system. Now, depending on the density of the city, of course, the mode of transport will be different, or the complementarity between mode of transport. And we are now, by the way, on the verge of, I think, a revolution in urban transport because of technology. The first time in 100 years, practically, the subways and tramway buses and cars were already there 100 years ago. And suddenly now we have a combination. So I am hopeful, although, again, I do not have the solution right now. But I think that transport will be much more efficient transport and understood as a transport at the metropolitan area. That means do not fragment the labor market of a large city like Moscow, but integrate it through transport.
I can add, if that's okay.
Здорово, да, Джонатан. Здорово, спасибо.
Excellent. And now, Jonathan, please.
Yeah, I do a lot of work in affordable housing, and so I would say that there are three things. It's McKinsey. There's always three things. The first is unlock the land, lower the cost, find the money. So unlock the land is housing is a right. If you do not have housing, you do not have a city. It's the fundamental. So housing is a right. And so we should think about that as where can we unlock land for housing? And as Alain says, I mean, the best is around transport, particularly public transport, because public transport is for low-income people. So anything that should be, any housing around public transport should be prioritized for low-income people. So that's one part. The other part is there's tremendous unused land in cities. I would start by looking at public land. Public land is usually underutilized, in fact, unknown. I'd be surprised if any major city actually knows the market value of the land that it owns, including Moscow. I would be intrigued. And then finally, that there's land due to historic zoning constraints. We talked a bit about that. But for example, where I am right now in Los Angeles, 75% of the land is zoned for single-family housing, which is an artifact of history of racism and segregation. And so it's very easy to say, well, why don't I just allow, instead of single-family housing, everybody could split their house in two and make it a duplex, or maybe add an accessory dwelling unit. And all of a sudden, instead of having one unit on a piece of land, you have four. So there's plenty of room for innovation around creating more land. And then if you say that, the other two come along. The first is lower the cost. So transport technology is one, building technology is another. The way we build things today is roughly the same way we built them 50 years ago. But our supermarkets look different. Our factories look different. Why is construction so difficult to change? And the answer is it should be. It should be changed. We should innovate, and we have plenty of technology to do so. And thirdly, find the money. As I said, this is a public good. So if it is a pay now or pay later kind of thing, either we pay for housing now or we pay later in the police and the emergency services and the crime. These are the consequences of not investing in housing. So we do need to find the money. So those are the three ideas.
Спасибо большое, Джонатан.
Thank you, Jonathan. We are running out of time, but I think that today we have found this universal key that we have gotten from our experts. The key word, I think, is accessibility and affordability in terms of space and finances. Many of the answers to our questions and to our unresolved problems are in the area of barriers, not in the physical sense, but those rules and regulations that we people set. We people can change that, and we can resolve issues that look to be like they cannot be resolved. We still have 5 minutes left, and let me raise this issue about ghettos and gentrification. If any of the experts have answers to those questions, besides those solutions that have already been mentioned, do you have anything else? Ghettos and gentrification. Colleagues? All right. Yes, of course.
And maybe it's not a very popular opinion, but in some way, ghettos are never a nice thing. Ghettos are never good for people living in. But we talk a lot about gentrification, and something about gentrification is also kind of a natural, even if it's man-made, circle of the cities, because certain neighborhoods in cities, they are poor and they get better or richer, more, they are gentrified, and then others will be a little bit less of value, and then things change. But I think from some point of view, it's also kind of a movement that you can try to influence, but that you cannot stop.
I would add one more thing, which is that as I completely agree with Anna that this gentrification is a natural dynamic of the city. What we are concerned about is that the people who are living in the areas that are gentrifying, that they do not benefit from the gentrification, that essentially they get kicked out. And so that, again, yes, that is a justifiable problem. But that is where we could change the rules. We could say it is, in fact, the fact that you have been here for so many years that has created this tremendous economic activity, this wealth. You have not bought your property, so you cannot participate today. Let me help you. Let me help you with your down payment so that you can then benefit from this gentrification. You will then be an owner of the gentrification. Why should we assume that low-income people cannot buy housing? If you see this as a good idea, help them. And then if you help them, they will participate and you will solve your social problem and you will also have a tremendous economic impact on your city. So I think that's the answer. It's like help people to integrate, to recognize the opportunity. So.
Thank you, Jonathan and Alan. If possible, let me give you some chance to sum up sort of our meeting. We would be glad to listen to your summary, if possible, of our discussion today.
Well, that's a tall order. Thank you. I think that the message is flexibility. Flexibility in people movements, you know, in and out, in particular in immigration. There is no, I think there is no progress and creativity without the free movement of people. So it's normal that people will be attracted to successful city. The second thing is that you have to support it, but not necessarily to direct it. You have to support it by a good environment, transport, social measures. You know, we're talking about immigrants, adapting them to norms. You know, it's not, you should not try to change the culture of immigrants, but you should teach them about the norms, which will allow them to operate in the city they come in. And then, of course, resources. You have to allocate resources to those different factors. And as Jonathan pointed out, if you don't allocate them now, you will allocate them to something else in the future. So you have to see it as an investment. And I think that's this flexibility and, let's say, the support role of the city, rather than the city managing the different sector. I think this is well, maybe I'm a little biased in my own contribution.
Спасибо большое, Алан. Мы завершили сегодняшний мозговой.
All right, we are done with this brainstorming on blue oceans and how can cities find their niches. And I would say that the point of today's brainstorming was, or the keyword was freedom and maximum transparency and accessibility in all areas of our life. Thank you, colleagues, you did an excellent job, and thank you for staying with us, and working hard. I think we have resolved part of issues that seemed unresolvable. Thank you, and good luck to all.